Oh, that didn't work. Thanks to resub, Moist Boy. Glad you like it, Olin. Hope you enjoy it, Mythic. Yeah, I saw the Matrix stuff. It was really cool. I'm excited. Hold on. Yeah. You get a Moist Beater Fist. I don't know what that is. Thanks to resub recent. And Madeline. Hello, Cam. Thanks to the gift sub blue camo. Yeah, I've seen Street Beefs, but I can't watch it on stream, I don't think. Thanks to Prime Prisinia. Gonna watch some Darman? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people got their God Slap Issues heroes today. Thanks to the resub Uprig and Prime Real Soulless. Hope you like them. Oh, sweet. Well, thanks to the bits sub dollar. And thanks to the tier 1 Jaws. Thanks to Prime D-Bin. And thanks to the Prime Goth. Have you watched the Pokemon Guru scam? Oh, of course. Pokemon Guru was pretty interesting drama. Whoa. The 25 gift subs again, Tomato Head. Thank you. Thanks to the gift sub Cuddly Bear. Uncuddly Bear. Tomato Head again with the big generosity. Thank you, man. I hope you've had a good day. Thanks to the resub Selful, Witchubat, and Prime Fried in the bits. Sarandis. Do you like Deftones? Love Deftones. Thanks to the resub Gelato. Thanks to the resub Eggs Binny. Thanks, no vowels. I've seen that cop video. A lot of people find it very sketchy, including some actual professionals. It'll be coming, Gothic. As long as the order went through, it'll be there. Thanks to Prime Dirk. If you got the order number, though, you can just send that to the support and they'll tell you where it's at if you didn't get the email. Thanks to the Bits Jaws and the Prime Stracy. And the resub, Skleem. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Morphs. Thank you for that. Thank you for the bits, Jaws. And the resub Bodega. I already watched the new Destiny trailer. Don't really care about Destiny that much, but I will play the new raid. I always do. Thanks to resub Stormy Sparkler. And the bits random number. Yeah, we can probably watch some Darman here in a little bit. Thanks to resub Pandemonium and the Prime. Stay frosty. Thanks to resub Joe Rondo. Dap. I doubt I would find what you want me to with just a generic title like that. Thanks, Plumbers and the bits Beanie, Weenie, and Bromwell. Thanks to the Prime, Killer Bee Gaming. Thanks to Tier 1 Marcos. Matt Pat did a video on why Baby Shark might be adopted. Jesus Christ. Thanks to resub Alakes. Ah, Dads Against Predators. I have seen that. Thanks for your sub, Clammy. Not very good. I feel like it should just immediately go to authorities so that way real consequences happen to them, but either way, it's not like a bad thing they're doing. Just wish it was handled a bit differently so that way there was real repercussions as opposed to just nothing. How the biggest banks get away with fraud. I do want to see this one, I'm not going to lie. I'm very curious about this. Recommended actually gave me something that sounded interesting.
Hello? I said it's Rose. Speak up, please.
Thanks to resub Lulu Drip.
AKA War Machine.
Next time, baby.
And I hope you feel better soon, Scott.
Get out. This is Rhodey, AKA War Machine. The former is played by actor and Academy Award nominee Terrence Howard. The latter is played by actor and
yeah,
Don Cheadle.
Don Cheadle, the man.
MCU's run.
Also, Terrence Howard's the guy you might remember has been trying his best to convince the world that 1 times 1 equals 2. He tries to completely change math as we know it. That's how I know Terrence Howard. Thanks to resub Uncle Shishi, Zachman, and gift sub Dean Machine, and resub Krusty.
You're probably not all that confused because you probably know that this switch was made.
Look, it's me. I'm here to deal with it.
Terrence Howard was quickly replaced after the first Iron Man film, but you might not know why.
Didn't he want like a ton of money?
Within these big franchises that consistently gets torn down and torn apart by the media when you realize what's going on underneath. Acting in major motion pictures is a profession in which multi-million-dollar contracts are commonplace.
And no
with that
new
kind of
slapping
money
yet.
moving around, friendly may not be the best word to describe
Thanks to
what's
Tier 1
actually
Oni-chan.
happening behind the scenes. Tricky contractual
And good luck,
language
Nuts.
can often give studios complete control over what they pay their actors.
Don't know what that
and
means,
leverage
but good luck.
becomes a quintessential element in that process. Money over relationships. Terrence Howard was heading into production on Iron Man fresh off of an Academy Award nomination for Hustle and Flow. When an actor is nominated for an Oscar, their value to a project
Prime,
increases
Jonathan.
dramatically, and in turn, so usually does their pay rate. This is part of the reason actors want to win these awards, or at least be in the conversation. It's usually not the main reason, let's be honest, they want to be great actors, they're
Thanks to
artists.
Prime, Abombi,
Sure, there's a
and
lot of prestige in
Team
winning the highest
Finks.
award an actor can possibly win, but having the title of Oscar winner on a resume means that they can also charge more for their performances. By the time Iron Man was rolling into production,
So it is a money
Terrence
thing. I'm pretty
Howard's
sure it was
rate
just money.
set around $3.5 to $4.5 million for that performance.
Not bad.
This made him one of the highest paid actors in the film.
Pretty
And
solid.
at that time, the highest paid actor in the film. He was actually paid over 6 times more than Robert Downey Jr., who people forget was kind of making a return to film in a big way. His life, his trials, his career is a whole different
Pyramid
story.
and Schlock.
Now, one of the most famous men in the world was at one time kind of a has-been. He only made about $500,000.
Only is the wrong word for that number, I think.
Studio on-set money. Iron Man went on to be an enormous success. It received overwhelming praise from critics and fans alike, and it ultimately led to the creation of the largest and most successful cinematic universe of all time. When a project like Iron Man is successful enough to create a franchise, it's usually great for everyone involved. The directors and producers
Except
get
Terrence
budgets for sequels,
Howard.
and the actors usually get a nice pay raise, especially when that film grosses
Except
over $300
Dan
million
Jones and
like
Big
the
Rich.
original Iron Man did. Normally, something like that
And
would
Troy
mean
actually set it
enormous
up with K-Mac.
contracts getting signed, and the principal performers holding the pen on the other side of them. Robert Downey Jr. was rumored to have made $10 million for the second film, a pay increase of about 2,000%.
Not
to mention he
bad.
was able to negotiate a back-end deal for even more money based on the revenue of the film at the box office. Terrence Howard, on the other hand, was actually offered a significant decrease in pay from what he was expecting to earn.
I'm jealous.
Marvel eventually offered only $1 million to come back as War Machine, which was far less than the alleged $8 million he was supposed to have made for the sequel
Resub
based
Hex
on
and Brandon.
conversations with his agent and the studio. It was even less than what he made for the first film. So here's where things start to get a little messy and a little muddy. It's rumored that Iron Man director Jon Favreau was ultimately unhappy with Terrence Howard's performance.
I
He
do
spent
remember
a lot of
hearing that
time
they did
cutting
not
down
like
his
him.
scenes in post.
Like he was very
This
rude.
isn't great from both a artistic perspective and more pertinently here a financial perspective, being that if a studio is going to pay premium dollars for a specific actor based on essentially their name, they're expecting that actor to have a relatively large presence in the film, to be able to use them for
Resub
marketing moving
Krunks.
forward. When
Prime
producers,
Dimgus.
directors, and editors cut down that screen time, it makes the value proposition of those contracts seem a little less responsible. Allegedly, Jon Favreau was so dissatisfied with Terrence Howard's performance that he and Iron Man 2 writer Justin Theroux ended up scaling down Rhodey's role in the second film altogether under the assumption that Howard would be James Rhodes once again. Once Marvel
Exit
Studios
Tier
found
1
out that War
bong
Machine's
water,
role was going to
resub
be
pet
featured in
pups.
a diminished capacity, they came to Terrence Howard's agents
The
with
Bits
a
Alien.
counteroffer to his $8 million
Thanks for that.
contract to be more in line with what they were expecting to pay a supporting actor at the time, that $1 million number. Now, an agent's job is to protect the financial interest of their client. What likely ended up happening behind the scenes,
Exit
and
Tier
this
1
is
costs.
where pure conjecture starts, is that his agent and publicist would want to not only ensure that their client was paid in a way that was commensurate with the rest of the leading cast, but to make sure that Terrence Howard's future roles would be measured against a larger contract.
Yeah, so it really was a
his
money thing, and they
potential
just didn't
for
like him in the
financial
movie.
returns in the future on the next film or the
It's
film
not
after
super
that.
deep, it doesn't
After the
seem.
dust settled, Terrence Howard had essentially walked away from the role due to this financial dispute.
you for that.
and
Thank you
was
for the huge
ultimately
50,
replaced
bruv,
with
and the
Don
kind
Cheadle, who
words.
happily
Thank
signed
you
on
for
to play
that.
War Machine and Iron Man 2 for that $1 million.
I think I'll take it. Which one? All of it.
Since then, it's rumored that Don Cheadle has amassed a combined total of around $40 million in earnings across his work at the MCU.
Yeah, Don Cheadle's
The role
great.
also landed him an Emmy nomination for his performance in The Falcon and Winter Soldier. In a 2010 interview with E! Online, Howard publicly claimed that he was the one who recommended RDJ for the role of Iron Man, but that he ultimately was happy with the way things turned out. In the interview, he almost takes sole credit for Robert Downey Jr.'s success by saying, "For me to have recommended him, it means all the more so that I helped someone get to where they are supposed to go." Jon Favreau stated that at one time Marvel said to him, "Under no circumstances are we prepared to hire Robert Downey Jr. for any price." So maybe there's something to that, but we'll never
Exit gift
really
sub
know.
Isaac.
Howard would get a little more upset as time went on. Over the next couple of years, you can almost link Howard's frustrations directly to the success of Marvel films. The more successful those films became, the more Howard lashed out against Marvel to the media.
Is there any chance you come back and do another?
I have no idea what you're even talking about, Colt. I'm a little confused on that whole thing.
2013, Avengers had made
But I hope it
$1.5
gets settled.
billion at the
Sucks.
box office. And at this time, Howard took the media once more and was a little more candid. In a 2013 interview with Hollywood.com, Terrence Howard teased that the worst thing he had ever witnessed in Hollywood
It was Iron Man killing my career.
In another interview with Vulture.com, Howard took the drama even further by saying that Robert Downey Jr. took the money that was supposed to go to him and pushed him out of the sequel. The reality of all of this drama is likely much more simple than any of this paints it out to be. Terrence Howard was being let go from a project for delivering a subpar performance and not wanting to take the ego hit of having a potentially future subpar performance cut down by the studio. Robert Downey Jr.
I'm glad you
right
liked
about
the
all
cane.
of this because he didn't want to ruin his opportunity.
And hope you're doing
that was
well,
almost
Moff.
denied to him because of his previous struggles with addiction and drugs. This was a once-in-a-lifetime shot at redemption for him. At the end of the day, the studio's job is to create the most profitable film possible.
Yeah,
on
so it's not super deep, and it's pretty much exactly what I heard.
Didn't
Terrence Howard is a really weird guy, though. Like, aside from giving a bad performance and wanting more money, he's a very unlikable person to work with from everything I remember reading. Plus, he's the guy that keeps really trying to push that 1 × 1 = 2. He's a prime Bimgus. And I'm not a huge fan of Beyond Scared Straight. I thought I was gonna get like really like goofy there for a minute, but it really is exactly what the rumors used to say. Thanks to the gift sub, Airbag in the Prime Grand Mochathrin. Tolosa, huh? Billionaire wants to create futuristic city in Arizona desert.
Could the city of the future be built right here in Arizona's desert?
Wow.
A former Walmart executive and billionaire reportedly is looking for 150,000 acres to build a new utopia.
And he wants the first phase to be built by 2030. Team 12's Michael Dowdna has
Sounds cool to me.
Big idea.
Thanks to the resub, Jared, Canadian, Ruckus, Booty Lover, Elite Defender, and Tier 1 Vutrax.
Make it sustainable.
Give some Casewick.
Or maybe just keep work and play within a 15-minute commute.
The mission of Tolosa is to create a more equitable and sustainable future.
Billionaire Mark Lohr hopes to do exactly that, potentially targeting the Sonoran Desert as his blank canvas.
Sounds good to me.
Is combine sort of the best.
Deserts are
of different
useless.
cities in the
Let's make
world
it
and bring
cool.
together.
The former Walmart exec dreams that Tolosa becomes as vibrant as New York, as clean and efficient as Tokyo, and as sustainable as Stockholm.
And in the best case scenario, we can create a higher quality of life for millions of people.
But is this utopia built in the desert even possible?
The
Yes.
technology to do what he
Who is this, God? Oh my God. Holy Lord.
or it's coming.
Ron Schott is with the Arizona Tech
Where
Council.
is he?
He says the challenge really isn't the technology, it's the buy-in, with both money and with people.
He won't be the first person that tried to build utopia.
In fact,
Wow.
Lohr wouldn't even be the first.
Man's
to do
communicating
so.
from heaven.
4 years ago, Bill Gates bought nearly 25,000 acres of land near Tonopah for $80 million, all to build a smart city that doesn't exist yet.
All those things are possible. It's just taking them and applying them.
So Lohr hopes by 2030 to have the first part of Tolosa.
It would be pretty cool.
Says that will be hard to do, but hopes.
Thanks to
for
give
the
some
best.
science
I
and
mean,
Tier
if
1
you don't have the
Hand
ideas,
Swarm and Tier
if
1
you don't
Savage.
try them, how are you going to advance?
Wishing him the best. Good luck. Thanks to the resub. Conomalingus, Bollocks, Shroots, Zetlos, and the Prime Poncho. The Bits Caca. Have you seen the video about the Gospel of Judas? Changes a lot about the Bible manga lore. I don't really want a Bible lesson. They need one of those in Australia. If we could convert every desert into a Tolosa, that'd be fucking great. Thanks to Tier 1 Cadillac fan and the resub Ricky Bobby and 5 gift subs Casewick. Thank you. Grandma Catherine. There was no capitalization in the name, so I couldn't see what it was. My bad. Thank you, Catherine. And thanks to the gift sub again, Casewick and the Prime Darklight Sora and resub Skittle. I was just reading about the Jagex situation. They just shut down RuneLight HD. which has been in production for 2 years, where a guy named 117 put 2,000 hours of his life into it, and it was supposed to release, I think it was today, and Jagex today said, fuck you, and they shut it down. Even though they've known about its existence for the last 2 years, they waited until launch day to shut it down, just to fuck this guy in the ass as hard as they could. It was despicable. I was reading up on that. From what I understand, it wasn't the old school RuneScape team that did it. It was more of like the upper echelon of Jagex, but my god. That's some toxic shit. If they really didn't want that, they could have told him at the beginning. Here's the resub. Navi, Pulse, Star Lily, and Panic Optify. Well, that does sound pretty insane, Naruto, maybe. Thanks for the bits, Redbeard. Baseball's most notorious drug dealer. Haven't we seen that one? That's from Baseball Doesn't Exist, right? Oh, God, I ate so much for dinner. Jesus. Ugh. My fucking tummy is so full. Thanks to Tier 1 Ocelot. Have I watched the update on Yandere Simulator? No, let's check it out. Is Yandere dev still acting like a weirdo? Oh, it's done? Looks like a sub Undead Killer. And the resub Fly Jaded
has finally
and
finished
Golu.
Yandere Simulator. The 10 rivals are done. I know, put this, sit down. It's not worth a standing ovation just yet. Calm down, everybody, okay? Let me explain. He's made a statement on the WordPress. He's made a statement on his Patreon. He's decided to let the people know who are financially supporting him what exactly is going on here.
All right, it's ready.
I'm gonna read Twitter's response to you because this is an epic moment. This is a momentous occasion. It's been a year since I came back to YouTube, kind of talking about, you know, some controversies and reporting on things. I've had a blast this entire year. Thank you so much. If you're about
okay. Wow, look at that. So after what, 9 years in development, it's finally ready? I mean, this is probably one of the most troubled developments of all time. Very public meltdowns, almost nothing going right, but we got there, baby. We fucking got there. It's not actually done? Well, where are you getting that info from? These posts make it sound like he thinks it's done. Is the resub Jaded and Melon? Oh, it's just a separate game mode that he finished? Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh my god. Alright, I see what's happened here. Jesus Christ. Okay. I see tier 1, a lot of dolphins. What's the point in never finishing the project? Is there any benefit to him? Yandere Simulator is it's old school. This shit was in development for so long. Most of the big YouTubers played it. PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, they've all played Yandere Sim. It was a massive, massive game when it was like first released as like a demo thing. And then I believe it was put up as a crowdfunding thing that has just never even been close to done. And the developer has very public meltdowns. He like purges his Discord and Hangouts once a week, or at least he used to. It's been a true disaster of a journey. Star Citizen's like this, but on a larger scale and with developers that don't melt down publicly. Thanks to the resub Lightning Fast, Croissant, and Zorro. Thanks to the gift sub. Uzi Tills? No new slap fights yet. I ate so much, god damn it. Thanks to the resub Watsy. Yeah, I was watching the Matrix stuff earlier today. It was cool. Thanks to the resub Bar None. The new Nexpo video is like an hour long. And the last couple Nexpo videos we watched were ones where it didn't really have like a story to tell. Like the one about the cult in an MMO, where it was literally just like one weird guy. Like, I don't know, it's really hit or miss, and especially with like an hour-long commitment to it. And then there's the one with like the Reddit comments, where it was based on literally 3 comments. Alright, I'll take chat's word for it. We'll watch the new Nexpo vid. I do like the channel, but it has been hit or miss recently. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Plan B. Oh, sweet.
Thursday. MoistCr1tikal was stuck at home during an excruciatingly long winter. He was what his parents believed to be a problem child, experiencing nightmares, arguing with his 7 siblings, and getting in trouble at school. His parents' method of punishment wasn't the best. Having gone on record to state that his father beats him with hockey sticks, it was undeniable that their humble abode in suburban Connecticut was less of a place of refuge for him, and more of a cell of torment.
Thanks to the resub Snake.
In the kitchen, and his mom answers. It's from a school up north called Alon. The man on the phone says that Wayne should come right away, and that they'll have a private jet waiting for him at Danbury Airport.
What a good deal.
His mom tells him not to worry,
wow,
and that it's more of an outdoor camp type thing that'll make him better. According to the flyer she read, it was proven with a 95% success rate, and their alumni were all leaving as better people than when they first arrived there. Counselors, psychiatrists, activities, friends, Alon had it all, he was told. And so Wayne packed up his stuff that night. Eager, sure. Nervous, yes. But absolutely awaiting the things to come.
He's the resub Chuba.
The plane touches down in Portland, Maine. 2 men greet him. After embarking for the school 30 minutes north in Poland, his escorts inquire on why he was sent there.
Who made this vid? It's Nexpo.
Drugs?
Nope.
Court order?
No.
So why the hell are you going?
They joke. And then things get quiet.
I keep seeing this one's fucked up.
When Wayne began to question whether he was going to the place he thought he was.
Cults are known to be pretty cool.
Didn't seem right, but he was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt.
Thanks to Prime Soap and the resub Crime
The
Key.
two pull off a back wooded road into a clearing. Looks like a camp, he thinks. However, when he exits the vehicle, he isn't greeted with the silent serenity of nature, but instead, the screaming.
Yeah, but that could mean anything. I scream when I'm having a lot of fun. Like, yeehaw, we're having fun. Yeah, I saw the American Horror Story cult season. American Horror Story is the best shitty show.
The 1970s were an interesting time. Across the United States, a rise in for-profit behavior modification facilities were in action. Now called the troubled teen or tough love industry, it seemed to be a money machine aimed at altering and stifling troublesome behavior in adolescents.
Well, someone's got to.
The exact date is hard to gauge due to the widely varying nature of the names, motives, and specialties of each of these schools, but they were widespread and only became more so throughout the 80s. It's widely believed that the parental reception to the era's youth were the catalyst for facilities like this. Given that this was the decade following the rise of the hippie subculture, authority was and had been challenged for years.
That facial hair is kind of nutty. That looks cool. It's like Wolverine, but not cool like Wolverine's. It's like a little cushion. That's nice. That's like an OG neckbeard.
Resulting in a sort of panic among older generations. Resultingly, in early 1970, a psychiatrist named Gerald Davidson, alongside investor David Goldberg and a man named Joseph Ritchie, would band together to create a school named Elan, a private co-ed behavior modification program geared from grade 8 to beyond high school. Ritchie billed the facility as one that would correct bad behavior by teens without punishment, while painting himself as a genuine mentor that could help make that happen.
They had a
Sitting on
website?
33 acres of land off of No. 5 Road in Poland, Maine, Elan's main campus was highly secluded and a long shot from any outside civilization. With numerous facilities in place, the school was well equipped to handle a student body in the hundreds, and within the span of just 1 year, they'd eventually meet that metric. Numerous alumni, much like Wayne, have gone on record to state that their initial, outside impression of the school was that it was like a summer camp in the Maine woods. However,
looks like a summer camp.
Reality would paint a different picture. Allegedly, the final minutes of the trip there were unforgettable, with Elan being shrouded down a long dirt road in the middle of the wilderness, and made up of rundown trailers and buildings, giving it a frightening feeling of dread. Furthermore, some have stated
it does look
that
like
once
Crystal
they exit
Lake.
the vehicle expecting a lively campground, they're instead faced with a sight much stranger. Some students were spotted wearing degrading signs, some shackled in handcuffs,
what?
Some being yelled at, and bizarrely, everyone would just pretend it's normal. At this point,
They
it's been
take
noted
discipline
that
very
some students
seriously.
attempt to flee. They weren't entirely sure what the Elan school was, but it was clear to them that it wasn't good. These escape efforts were always futile though, as Elan stationed guards around the campus to chase and subdue outliers that would attempt this. Considering how the school was marketed, touting itself as an altruistic institution genuinely concerned with helping troubled teenagers get better, it was clear from the outside that those claims were a reach.
Is that Charles Manson teaching the class?
But
Man, they got
just how far
celebrities,
would they take
teachers.
that?
Good for them.
What most students were unaware of was that behind their back, a deal was made on their behalf. With nothing but a simple signature
Is
and
there some
payment,
pooperoonie?
parents could sign their child's life over to Elan, which advertised itself as a positive, reaffirming center of growth. According to an excerpt from an early 2000s archive of their website, we can observe the vernacular
So this is pretty
they used to appeal
recent.
to each parent. Dear parents, we're very aware of how lonely and confused you must feel as you sit down to read this. If you're like the parents of most of our students, you're faced with an adolescent whose behavior is out of control and you don't know why. A youngster who's been given everything and is throwing it all away is difficult to understand, but you can see that this process is progressive. The most saddening part is knowing that your offspring is ruining his or her future. Your own pain is difficult, but your pain for your child is unbearable.
Yeah, they're not reaching their
By
full
coming to
potential.
Elan, you have come to a truly different school. We can't offer you miracles, but we can offer you hope. We know that your journey to this point has been painful. We hope Elan can change its course. On top of this, school staff were known to hand out flyers to parents while persuading them that their child just might be troubled. It's been noted that Joseph Ritchie was somewhat of a salesman. He was charismatic and excelled at convincing parents of all the good that Elan could do for their kids. The good that, as we'll soon find, was all a lie. I'd like to let it be known that Wayne's Elan admission story was on the lighter side. For most of the other students, things were handled a bit more violently. Instead of a plane, school alumni have gone on record to state that they were transported by van. Reportedly, once your parents agreed to send you off to Elan and pay the $50,000 tuition fee, they designated time and date with Elan's so-called teen escort service. They wouldn't pick you up during the day, though. Instead, in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep, they would bust through your door and kidnap you.
Why?
In years past, Elan staff have stated that since the child has no say in attending, their capture hinges on the element of surprise.
Okay.
According to a blog named Suzuki's Thoughts, the abduction process involves
So are these just stories
what? Physically subduing them.
Are these just stories this guy makes up? What? No, what? Is all you read creepypastas? Why would he make up a 52-minute story and make websites to corroborate it and evidence and stuff? It's just like a history lesson that's well presented.
Tying them up with plastic handcuffs, throwing them into a van, and then driving them to Poland, Maine, where they'd be handed over to the Elan school. Such experiences often traumatized the teens who were abducted. For all they knew at first, they were being taken by criminals to be held ransom, tortured, or worse, killed. For the girls, it was even more terrifying. Some girls later recalled that they believed that they were going to be raped, sexually assaulted, and murdered by their abductors.
Tier 1 kindy.
One certainly can't blame the kids for thinking this way. Such practices had all the hallmarks of a violent kidnapping. This practice became notorious around the United States, eventually earning its nickname, the Elan Snatch.
So this was so well known that it had its own name?
Morality wasn't the school's strong suit. But that ultimately begs the question, would it stop there? Or was their torment only just beginning?
Thanks to resub Zillizy. The 70s, man? What are you talking about? This was in 2000. They have a fucking website. Had a website.
Day 1. Students would typically arrive to Elan during the early morning hours of the day.
Oh, it started in the 70s. Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying.
To resist their escorts.
I see what you're saying, sorry.
It's been noted that their capture was designed this way, utilizing their escape attempt against them as a tool to convey that no matter what, they're not getting out of there. And with this came the first steps of dehumanization, instilling the feeling that their basic rights have been robbed of them, in turn making them feel like less of a student,
Thanks to resub Zugi.
and more like a prisoner.
Well, they did just get
This
kidnapped.
sentiment was taken even further when they're physically taken inside the school. Often, the first stop would be the dormitory showers, which served as a tool in robbing each student of their sense of individuality. Reportedly, students are thrown into them with absolutely no privacy and are demanded to remove all of their clothing and valuable items. After complying, they're given what Elan calls no-image clothing, which, as the name implies, simply includes a bland, colorless shirt and pants, effectively forcing them into a state of conformity.
Well, let's not get carried away. A white
this,
t-shirt's pretty
each
cool.
new student would be taken into a common area where there
I wouldn't necessarily look too deep into that.
This, in essence, was a tenured student designated to be a guide. On paper, they were told to help their students adjust to their new life on campus, somewhat like a peer, while educating them on how great and effective the program is. In reality, though, this relationship was far from friendly. It's been reported that big brothers would often try to deceive their newer counterparts, enticing them to run away or to break the rules. If the student had ever agreed or attempted to listen to this, their behavior would be reported to school staff, resulting in punishment. As we've seen in studies like the Stanford Prison Experiment, I'm sure you can see why this would be a bad idea.
I don't know that experiment.
Oftentimes, big brother figures, much like staff, would take great pleasure in exerting their superiority over the newer students. It fulfilled them in a way that was almost cult-like.
Yes, you do. I don't know that one. Hey, well, thank you for that, Stove. I heard about the Alan Wake announcement. I'm excited. Looks like the house from Promised Neverland.
Nobody responsibility. Never clean the bathroom this morning, man. Yeah, you should remember next time. Because it's off the wall. I guess you clean out the showers too. Every one of them uses the showers. Just being irresponsible.
If you want to act like a baby, you get screamed at. If you want to act as more like a mature adolescent, you get talked to.
Oh, so I was like, wait, what?
Speaking of cults.
Was that footage from Elon University? Is it Elon or Elan? I don't know how to say it. Either way. But didn't he just say that they were forced to wear, like, the colorless shirts? Thanks to the resub, Jeski, Coral, Pablo, and Prime Bus. Because that guy, like, that second guy, he's kind of dripped out. He's got a chain on. He's got a red button up. Oh, that was staff. Gotcha.
The social hierarchy at Elan is structured in a way that heavily resembles one. At the school, students are immediately placed into two categories. Strengths, which were tenured, obedient students that were a few steps up the totem pole, and non-strengths, the newer ones who typically resisted treatment. Strengths were allowed to talk to fellow strengths and non-strengths. Non-strengths, on the other hand, were only permitted to communicate with strengths. If a non-strength were caught communicating with a non-strength, harsh punishment would soon greet them.
Thanks to resub mob. And the 2K bit Sam, I appreciate that.
The Elan school, as we've established, thrives on the feeling of hopelessness. Throughout students' tenures there, they were forbidden to contact anyone from the outside world unless they've earned the privilege through good behavior and compliance. Every single phone line from campus would run through a single switchboard located in this small trailer, and it was heavily guarded because of that. If a student were to gain the privilege of contacting their family, it's been reported that they're heavily monitored, only permitted to praise the school for all the good it's done to help them during their time there. If they ever were to be caught telling the truth or revealing the atrocities that occur behind the scenes, they were quickly disconnected, reprimanded, and robbed of any future potential.
So if this is supposed to be a scam, I feel like this is a lot more effort than just not
on top of the phone manipulation,
doing this.
Every Elan resident was required
it seems like so much more work to abuse the
guilt
kids.
Letter, which, as you might expect, is an explanation of how great the Elan school is for them, all the great activities they do there, and how well they're progressing through the program. These letters would be heavily scrutinized before being mailed out to their parents. Effectively, this tactic's goal was twofold: to allow Alon's facade to remain in place,
Thanks, resub Hoof,
and to
Chris,
entice their
and 5
parents
gifts
to
of
spend more
Sage,
money
and
on their
Tier 1
treatment,
Aria.
in turn keeping them there
Thank you,
even
Sage.
longer than they had ever planned to.
Resub Akrai.
In reality, students were helpless, being abused, and in most
Yeah, I
cases,
get that it's a cult,
verbally
but usually
tortured
cults have a
at the pleasure
purpose.
of the Alon school staff. It was clear to students that they weren't getting away from this anytime soon, and after realizing this, their minds would often pivot away from rebellion and towards compliance in hopes of power.
Yeah,
through the
money.
program.
That's why I would think
This
they'd want to
still
run a
was to them
scam
to
as
become
opposed to a
somewhat
cult, and it'd be so much
brainwashed,
easier to
ultimately stuck
not
in a
abuse the
system that will
kids.
do
Takes a lot
everything
more
it
work to do
possibly
that, I
can
imagine.
to make their escape impossible.
So I'm assuming there is a point to the cult, like they want to turn these kids into like super soldiers or something, I don't really know. But if it was just a scam, they're putting a lot of work into it. Whereas they could just take the kids here for $50K a year and
As
just
you
let
might
them play
expect,
basketball
the
and
rules
sleep.
at the Alon school were immense, exerting nearly totalitarian control over everything that happens. Joe Ritchie's set of rules, which he called guilt, was gargantuan and needlessly meticulous.
Maybe Tier 1 Wheelu.
As a student at Alon, you would be expected to refrain from doing the following: having any image, reading as a non-strength, not completing learning experiences, writing without permission, being sideways,
Don't know what
looking
that
at
means.
security zones, non-strength interacting, talking too loudly, talking too softly, looking at the opposite gender,
Whoa.
being attracted to someone,
Whoa.
any physical contact, looking out windows,
What?
unauthorized drawing, not listening to higher
Holy
ranks,
shit.
pretending to sleep at night, thinking of running away, being in the bathroom for too long, wearing dark clothing, being manipulative, being lazy while working, listening to music, talking too much, showering for
All
more
in
than
all, they're
10
pretty
minutes,
lenient.
not talking enough, making facial reactions to orders, negative body language, pretending not to have guilt, oversleeping, undersleeping, smiling, and the list goes on and on.
That's not bad.
Clearly, these rules were not designed to be followed.
Basically a lawless
causing
place
harsh
over there.
penalizations to become commonplace. To help enforce
Thanks
these,
to Resub
individuals
Integra
known
and
as
Razzle Dazzle.
expediters were designated by the school to stand on watch with clipboards. Primarily, they were known to catch those that broke 3 rules: being attracted to members
Thanks
of
to
the
Gifts of
opposite gender,
Uzi.
looking at the opposite gender, and making prolonged eye contact with anyone else. Since expediters too were required to fill their clipboards with names and infractions at the risk of their own punishment, they frequently and unapologetically made assumptions and accusations that were a lie.
There's a Duke of Subs arc.
As you'd expect, punishment varied pretty heavily at Alon, and not in a good way. One example involved requiring a group of students to live in a dumpster for over 2 weeks.
Whoa.
The expediter watching them was tasked with ensuring compliance and preventing any attempt to escape. If their subordinates acted out, however, the expediter on duty would be forced to live in the dumpster with them while being monitored by yet another who was up to the task. Another
Wow.
major tactic at Alon
Jesus.
was humiliation. They figured that by breaking down their social barrier, forcing students into extreme embarrassment, they could drive them to a point of total compliance. Those who tried to escape were often labeled as a split risk, and their punishment for doing so was confiscation of their shoelaces and the requirement to wear a bright yellow t-shirt and short pink shorts. The school figured that without laces, their shoes were effectively useless,
What?
in turn preventing any ability to move any faster than a walk.
What is it,
A
like
more
barbed
extreme
wire on the
example
ground
of
or
the split
something?
risk punishment
Just go
is
barefoot.
shown with this student. Instead of a t-shirt and shorts though, he was forced to wear a bright pink rabbit suit with cuffs around his legs. It's unclear if this is a repeat offender, but it raises the question as to how far Alon would actually go with this tactic.
Thanks to Resub Hunter.
Students that smiled at a place were punished by wearing dunce caps and reduced to work that the school calls shot down. These involved repetitious, dull tasks like mopping floors, scrubbing the insides of trash cans, and even cleaning toilets with just a single toothbrush. For
Man, if
hours
I
and
went to
hours
one of
on
these
end.
fucking schools, if my parents
If
sent
you
me
had to
here,
use the
I would never
bathroom during
forgive them.
shutdown, it's been noted that approval by sometimes 6 or more superiors was required before you were able. And even then, an escort had to watch you while you were in there. This, on top of a myriad of other degrading punishments, like humiliating sign and diaper wearing. It's clear that Elan kept an iron grip on their daily operations. Their daily operations that took up most of the daily schedule, and those that were deceptively named by the Elan school themselves as their treatment.
Makes it a bit savage. Give some Ethan.
But I will say, all of these punishments are relatively tame compared to what we're about to talk about. Let's just say, if you pissed off a staff member, they could start something called a general meeting on you. And trust me, you wouldn't want one.
That doesn't sound so intense. Well, we're just gonna debate, huh?
There seemed to be no standard for them. They would just happen at random, multiple times each day. If staff were annoyed or felt like targeting a specific student for some reason, they could call a general meeting at any time. Once these words were uttered, everyone in the building would be required to gather in front of the student in whichever room they were in. Get your feelings off, the administrator screams. And following this, each student in the room would begin screaming at and berating the student, firing off slurs and obscenities.
Oh, so it's like Twitter.
No matter how much
pretty innovative
planned for everyone to stop, no matter how much they broke down, no matter how much they cried, general meetings would not end until the admin said so. And when it finally did, the victim would lie there, often crying and exhausted at the relentless abuse that they'd just endured. It's clear that general meetings aren't designed to reprimand. They're designed to completely break each and every student that's the subject of one. And with this, we can effectively put the points together that Elan was doing nothing more than running an operation that commanded total compliance. Any self-thought or sliver of independence that students thought they had was gone. They were merely reduced to weapons. Weapons that, at a moment's notice, could just as easily be used against them. "7 p.m.
Are they also haunted by vampires or something too? Like, how much worse can it get? Fucking werewolves or something?
On academia and outside marketing, school time within Elan was secondhand to the students' treatment. Typically, the time frame for learning was 7 to 11 p.m., but sometimes could run longer. As you might expect, there were no extracurriculars, no physical education,
Squish
no
in the resub
projects,
Kuckaroo,
no
Zero,
legitimate
and
exams, nothing. Instead, students were required to grade themselves on work that they were self-assigned with absolutely no direction. The structure of class typically involved a staff member supervising a room full of children. Each night of learning involved completing work out of freshman-level textbooks, which, unsurprisingly for a group of teenagers, would be immensely uneventful. Given that class time was after a long day full of verbal abuse, monotonous tasks, and a hierarchy system that does nothing but suffocate the lower classes, students dozing off and losing track of their work was expected. Curiously, school time too was regarded as a privilege at Elan. Joe Ritchie has gone on record to state that the class schedule itself was designed this way on purpose. Allegedly, he believes students were easier to control while sleep-deprived and utilized even this as a medium to work against them. By 11 p.m., if a student makes it through a night of work without issue, school hours then draw to a close.
Not bad.
They're quickly released from class and escorted to their dorms, which were often in the form of uncomfortable, impersonal, military-style bunk beds.
That's military style? A piece of wood?
Sleep was known to be difficult, as designated students named night owls were assigned to stand guard with flashlights. In regular intervals, they'd shine them on the sleeping students to both ensure that they hadn't escaped and to secure the fact that they're actually asleep.
What?
A requirement that, as we can recall, was also in the list of Elan's rules. And if one actually manages to calm their nerves, dozing off into their only time of tranquility, that would allow them to effectively place the cap on a day in the nightmare. That is Elan.
Exit Prime, Avanath, True Toxic, and the 10 gift subs, Nataroni. Thank you, Nataroni. I want to look something up real quick. I'm curious. Let me see something. I don't want to spoil anything, but I do want to see something. I just want to see if like the main guy behind it's still alive, but I don't want it to be a spoiler either. His name was like Joe something and I forgot, so I'm trying to find it. It says, I don't think it's Joe Rogan, but it keeps wanting me to type in Joe Rogan. It was like Joe something. Richie, that's what it was. Thank you. He's dead. Damn. Thanks to Prime Tarkus and the resub Paranoid and Cookies and the Tier 1 Matt.
And then you get to do it all over again. A notorious aspect of Elan, among everything else that happened there, was something called the Ring. Considered the highest level of punishment, Elan staff could make the call to start the Ring at any time. The structure was set up similar to that of a general meeting and was typically commenced when school staff believed that the punishment wasn't harsh enough for a specific student.
Well, I gave them safety equipment.
In the Ring, a student's designated as a bully and is outfitted with a face guard and gloves. Surrounding them are troves of others that are commanded to scream and yell obscenities at them. While this is taking place, specific students will be chosen to compete against the bully in numerous fistfights until school staff decided that they were sufficiently injured. No one was safe from the Ring either. Some bore pre-existing injuries, some were much smaller than their opponent, and some were even pregnant.
Wait, what?
Even worse, things seem to be treated like a game, with superiors commentating.
This is only up to high school.
TV. In reality,
how are
this was the furthest.
Wait, I'm super curious then. So how were some of them pregnant? Because you're not even allowed to look at the opposite gender, and assuming that you lived here for a year, how would you get pregnant? That makes no sense to me. I guess if they could have arrived pregnant, which would check out. Staff? Oh, I see what you're saying, by the staff. Right. Thanks to the Prime material. I keep forgetting that there's actual adults behind this, because it looks like, it sounds like they literally only appoint the students to do everything here. It's like Lord of the Flies.
This thing from TV. This was handcrafted abuse. Elan was meticulous about orchestrating fights for the Ring, too. It's been noted that certain students would regularly be punished for another's actions, effectively engineering anger between them. This was often noticed between big brothers and their subordinates, as they'd be punished for the actions of their newer counterparts. And once they were angry enough, a ring fight would commence, often injuring students so badly that they'd sustain permanent brain damage, PTSD, and even death.
It costs $17,400 to send the average youngster to Elan for 1 year. Even at that price, there are judges, social workers, and parents who consider it a bargain. Elan's defenders claim it has the most consistently effective program for salvaging young people who are too difficult for other facilities to handle. So many states want to use Elan that there's a waiting list. But on the other hand, one state agency in Massachusetts will no longer send their youngsters here because they object to the way the children are treated. One reason is the use of physical punishment. Joe, you make no bones about it. There is corporal punishment here at Elan. Tell us about it. What are the stages it comes in? Who's it administered by?
Well, it's administered by the kids, first of all. Corporal, it's it's a harsh term. Okay, what it is we have the ring. Okay, which.
Oh, he's super open about it.
Misinterprets. It's not a boxing ring. It's a ring of human people. The bully is introduced as what he is. In this corner is the bully who's trying to turn this facility into a detention center. Okay, and in this corner is the house champion who's going to show him why it can't be done. And that's exactly how it does. And we never allow the bully to win.
But girls get put in the ring too.
Well, girls bully as well as boys do. I mean, you know, it doesn't. It's you know, we're a equal rights facility.
Oh, that's progressive.
We also use
okay.
spanking, which is symbolic. Again, it's a last resort. Okay,
Wow.
and it's one resident spanking another resident, and it's done with a ping pong paddle. Okay, and usually a person won't get spanked more than once or twice. But it's a symbolic thing, which is if you're going to act like a baby, you should be treated like a baby.
On December
So he is just super open about it.
A 15-year-old Elan student named Philip Williams was placed into the ring. He wasn't the largest kid there, but he was known to do what he could to put up a fight. He had grown up in a family of division, regularly witnessing his father physically abuse his mother. With this, there was an anger within him, a sadness that Elan noticed and wanted to exploit. And so, that evening, a ring session commenced with Phil as the bully. There was fight after fight after fight. In the end, it's been reported that he was beaten up so badly that he fell flat on the floor, and it took an entire 20 minutes before an ambulance was called to help him. 20 minutes or so they called the ambulance. They took Phil and they never saw him again. His sister claims, "I thought it was a wonderful place. I thought they were helping my brother. I thought he was coming home."
How can you think that when they actually kidnapped him?
In a box.
Like, I don't get that delusion.
Elan's
Their technique was to kidnap
was
them.
that he had regularly faked headaches. The cause of death? A brain aneurysm. And no charges were ever filed against them. It's been clear to us from the beginning that Elan is not a place of good. From humiliation to beratement to physical abuse, Elan's tactics were archaic
Exit Tier 1
and
Ryan
inhumane.
and the resub Connor.
For a school that markets itself on academia, on helping students get their lives back on track, it's crystal clear that this has never been the motive. What I find interesting, though, is that Elan wasn't even the first to utilize this type of therapy, this attack therapy. In fact, it has its roots in a cult that found its footing all the way back in the mid-1950s.
Thanks to Tier 1 Awesome Pie Man.
That cult is one by the name of Synanon.
Never heard of it, and I know a lot of cults.
County with a warrant to investigate reports of child abuse.
In recent years, Synanon began calling itself a religion.
He's 52 years old. He's deaf in one ear. He's an egomaniac. But one of the wisest persons that I've ever met in my life.
He knows how to get people moving. He creates turbulence.
Gentlemen,
Exit
until
Prime
further
Bone
notice,
Scope.
no member of the California Department of Corrections is permitted on Synanon property unless he has the express permission of Charles D.
Very cool
Chairman,
spectacles.
Synanon.
What is he, a fighter pilot?
In early 1958, a man by the name of Charles Dedrick Sr. would found the group in Santa Monica, California. It was intended to be a drug rehabilitation program aimed at delinquents. However, in the years that followed, it appeared to stray from that mission entirely. The distinguishing form of therapy employed by Synanon was something called the game, which, in today's terms, is more commonly known as attack therapy. The focus of the game was
It's a
to
really
break down
weird
the social
title for it.
construct of an individual's mind by first
Attack
allowing them
therapy?
to open up about themselves before commencing an aggressive beratement session, much like we discussed earlier with general meetings. The primary goal was to recreate someone's personality and sense of self by completely demolishing
Thanks for
everything
gifts up
they know
again,
about
Remy.
themselves
The resub
before
Mango.
rebuilding them as a newer, subjectively better person. It hinged on the brink of legality while being entirely immoral. And, unsurprisingly, by 1991, the cult would disband due to criminal convictions that caught up to many of their members. The founder also died just 6 years later, leaving behind a dark legacy that, to this day, is known as one of the most dangerous and violent cults that America has ever seen.
That's weird. I've never heard of them.
This is, of course, the abridged history. To be honest with you, I could make an entire hour-long video on the operations and practices of Synanon.
Oh, they look like they're having
That's a story
fun.
for another day. If there's one takeaway tonight, though, it's that it unknowingly
Fucking
served as an
groovin'.
inspiration and blueprint for other institutions to follow. One of those being Elan, and by utilizing similar practices, they appeared to carry the torch that Synanon was forced to abandon. They knew they had to keep up appearances too, thriving off an immaculate public image, spearheaded by the charisma of Joe Ritchie.
Joe.
Before the age of the internet, admittedly this
Man's
was
built
easier
like
to
your
do.
grandmother.
Television documentaries like NBC's For the Child's Own Good were seemingly the only inside look that the public was allowed to gain. However, even they failed to convey the true extent of what happened there. The hush-hush foundation that Elan was built upon initially seemed to be unbreakable. However, due to a rise in public attention that would soon find its way there, it was becoming increasingly apparent that the cracks beneath that very foundation were merely beginning to form.
There's a prime pink. Why didn't they fight back? Brother kids. What do you mean?
Through the late 70s and into the early 80s, reports of the true nature of Elan began to spread by word of mouth from former students. Authorities in Maine reportedly visited the school upwards of 12 times to investigate, however returned with absolutely nothing to show for it. Frustratingly, the operation that Joe Ritchie was running was completely and entirely legal. There were no laws in place for facilities like this, so it was allowed to remain in operation without issue. As we touched on, the media was the primary in for outsiders at Elan. However, even they failed to communicate the extent of their operations. While they showed select parts of it, unfortunately Joe Ritchie was given enough airtime to convince the public and the news crew that it was nothing more than their treatment taking place. By dehumanizing the students, emphasizing their delinquencies on national television, he was able to use this notoriety to his advantage, ultimately swaying the public opinion into believing that what he was doing was entirely good. On top of the growing number of alumni, though, came an increase in escapees, which only furthered Elan's unwanted infamy. Over the years, 3 students, a 16-year-old unidentified individual, a 15-year-old Brad Glickman,
Good work.
and a 17-year-old Don Birnbaum would all escape successfully, however would meet wildly differing fates.
Oh.
For the 16-year-old, it's been reported that he ran over 15 miles through the wilderness in the middle of the night. He was eventually caught by an officer, Max Ashburn, and after hearing the boy's story and observing his physical condition, he helped him return home.
What a good guy.
For Brad Glickman, he was shot.
Oh.
In 1990, after escaping Elan's search parties, he made his way to a house in a small town. Authorities believed that he had a connection to the girl that lived there. However, the homeowner opened fire, ultimately killing him.
What? What? That's like the most American shit I've ever heard in my life. This guy must know my daughter. Like, what? Jesus Christ. Actually, 2 give subs Kill Command in the resub Terra in Tier 1 Summer.
And for Don Birnbaum,
how unlucky.
Too had escaped the clutches of Elan, eventually finding a trucker named James Cruz who was willing to take her home. A few hours down the road, though, Birnbaum would find that Cruz's true intentions weren't quite so virtuous.
Oh, Jesus.
As it turned out, he sexually assaulted her on the side of the highway before strangling and abandoning her body between routes 26 and 550 in Pennsylvania. She was discovered by another motorist with a yellow rope tied around her neck and without clothes from the waist down. And from her corpse were tire tracks resembling that of a semi-trailer. Since Birnbaum had crossed state lines, an FBI investigation was commenced for her, and after cross-checking with numerous similar cases that have happened in the area, the truck belonging to James Cruz was deemed as the culprit. Upon catching up to him and searching his vehicle, authorities were able to find but a single blonde hair that belonged to Birnbaum, effectively leading to his arrest.
That's incredible detective work. Like, just think about that for a second. This is in the middle of fucking nowhere. Random trucker picks up a random student, well, student's the wrong word, random person from a cult, and they somehow tracked it down to the right guy who did it. That is incredible.
What's incredible?
Just the detective work here. There's a tier 1 pack. And the resub Juke and the Prime Scary Man, and the resub Genius and Virgin Shadow. What?
A cult in a boarding school?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? Just watching One Piece.
Okay, well, have fun.
I'm not even playing any games right now.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, you're in a good arc. You're having fun.
It's a really good arc. It really is.
Thanks to resub Side Jellyfish.
Hi, chat. I'm seeing all the hellos, but I can't read too much past that because my glasses are not on. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to that.
Okay, well, have fun.
Much to the school's displeasure, these cases successfully gained ample attention. Joe Ritchie resultingly paid off numerous judges and journalists in hopes of drowning out the negative press.
Thanks to Prime Proximity.
However, outsiders were beginning to catch on that these students were running for a reason.
Quick text message.
But why?
There we go. Okay. All good. Thanks to the resub Adventure Creature Mumbling Plot and the Prime
30th,
Eco.
1975, a 15-year-old girl named Martha Moxley was out with her friends participating in what they call Mischief Night. This typically involved TPing houses, ding-dong ditching, typical teenager antics. Later that night, Moxley found a liking to a Thomas Skakel, eventually kissing him before the pair decided to venture off. To the other friends in their group, seeing Moxley fall over the Skakel's backyard fence with Thomas was the very last time that they would ever see her alive. The next morning, the Moxley family awakens as usual. They go about their morning routine, however notice that Martha is missing. Upon searching the house for her, they notice a body lying by the tree out in the backyard.
And
They
don't really
approach
have
it
one stoner boner.
and discover a grim scene. Martha is lying, lifeless with her pants down. Her body appears to have been visibly beaten, and a few feet away from the body, broken remnants of a 6-iron golf club.
Holy
This
shit.
club was eventually traced back to the Skakel family. Autopsy reports claimed that she was bludgeoned and stabbed to death, all by that 6-iron. And since Thomas Skakel was the last person she was spotted with that night, he was the prime suspect in her murder. Due to a lack of sufficient evidence, however, he, among the other suspects, were eventually absolved.
What?
And as a result, the Moxley case, frustratingly, went cold.
Thanks to Tier 1 Rowie and the resub Ryan.
Three years later. Thomas's 18-year-old brother named Michael Skakel is arrested for drunk driving.
What a great
His
family,
punishment?
all around.
Admission to Elan. While there, Skakel was known to be problematic and outspoken. According to Elan students at the time, he would regularly boast about a girl named Martha and how he sexually assaulted and killed her. One student named Gregory Coleman,
What a weird thing to
recalls this
brag about.
vividly, recounting how Michael had gone on record to state that, "I'm going to get away with murder. I'm a Kennedy." The Kennedy reference was alluding to his relation to Robert F. Kennedy,
What?
something that would prove pivotal in
What?
launching his eventual trial to the national spotlight. At the time of his confession, though, nobody could do anything about it. Given the overbearing nature of the rules set at school, any student that tried to tell someone about this was quickly reprimanded. It would take an entire 22 years before Skakel's actions would reach the public eye. In January of 2000, he was arrested and charged with the murder of Martha Moxley, and due to his relation to the Kennedys, it was a case that commanded the airwaves. Since Skakel's primary vehicle of bragging about his crimes was Elan, this, by proxy, had also thrust the school into the national spotlight.
Thanks to resub.
Dozens of students took the stand, exposing the callousness that occurred there. The humiliation, the general meetings, the beatings, the ring, the deaths, all of it was brought into the public eye. Realizing this, Joe Ritchie did everything he possibly could to keep discussion about his operation to a minimum.
He looks like Neil Breen.
He eventually took the stand, downplaying any mention of Elan, touting its high success rate, and doing everything he possibly could to divert the attention back to Skakel
and hope you like God Slap Creamy
only. But this was only marginally effective, as this was in the 2000s. An interconnected era of information catalyzed by a little something called the internet.
That piece of shit, huh?
Michael Skakel was eventually found guilty of the murder and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. After serving just 11 years behind bars, he was granted a new trial in 2013, in which he was let go after posting a $1.2 million bond.
Oh, Jesus.
Today, he walks a free man. But
Exit Tier 1 Sarcastic,
the cat was out of the bag.
Phil Swift, and
The
Stick.
inhumanities committed at the Elan School were documented in one of the most high-profile cases in decades. And because of this, people began talking, theorizing, and investigating, effectively marking the beginning of the end of Joe Ritchie's iron grip on the hundreds of students that were helpless beneath him.
Thanks to the resub Nathan and the Prime Green Gorilla and Tuga sub Sarcastic.
But with his weakening grasp on the media surrounding his operation came a different hurdle that Joe Ritchie would soon have to overcome. In June of 2000, he was diagnosed with lung cancer caused by his well-known addiction to cigarettes. And just 6 months later, on the 29th of January 2001, Joe Ritchie would pass away in Portland, Maine at 54 years old. As a result, his second wife, Sharon Terry, would take over operations at Elan. It was clear, though, that due to the increased publicity among the rising alumni testimonies, the idea of Terry having a lot of PR work on her plate was putting it lightly. Throughout the years, numerous changes would be put in place in response to
Hold on, someone just said something. Skakel is in jail, by the way. His conviction got reinstated in 2016. Thanks to resub Monty, Geo Expert, and Chasing Bubbles. Well, this video is brand new, and he said that he's a free man. Let me see. Let's take a peek. I don't see anything about him going back to jail. Yeah, there's nothing about him going back to jail. Literally nothing. It got reinstated, just exonerated in 2020. Not sure, Sarcastic. Exit Tier 1 Dub Nuggets. Check the wiki. Check the the fucking Skakel wiki? What are you talking about, man? What wiki? October 30th, 2020. Michael Skakel won't fit. Oh my god. I hate when I hate modern journalism where you have to turn off ad block. Yeah, I don't see anything about him going back to jail. I see what you're talking about in 2016, though, where they reinstated the murder conviction, but then in 2018, it seems they vacated it.
Outside criticism of the Elan school.
And Granny.
For instance, the ring was eventually forbidden from being used as punishment. And while this was substantially a good thing, the other cruelties would remain. What Sharon Terry was unaware of, though, was that due to the rapid rise in technology, namely the internet, even her reign over Elan would soon meet its demise. When the water settled following the Skakel case, mentions of Elan were made on various forums throughout the next few years. They would get people talking. However, it wasn't quite enough for definite action. By 2010, though, something would change. A website that we all know very well would help spearhead one of the most effective exposed stories in the history of the internet.
I want to take a guess. I don't know the story, but I want to guess. Is it Something Awful? Something Awful used to be pretty powerful. No way, is it Reddit? God damn it.
That website was Reddit.
Son of a bitch!
On November 26, 2010, a man named Jeff W., who went by Gazaz My Hero, would make a post titled, "Even skimming this once will blow your mind. Most probably think it's made up, but you'd be dead wrong." Within it, he explains that he was an Elan student in 1998, before outlining in detail the reality of what took place there. They're mostly points that we've already covered and explored in great detail tonight. But back then, these claims were unbelievable. The school was very much still in operation, so some initially had a tough time wrapping their head around the fact that a place like this actually existed. But then came the comments. The other stories from other alumni with their own experiences. Gazaz My Hero's post carried weight. It was real, and these atrocities needed to be
Tier
known.
1 Dewey Nose and 2 gift sub Zuki.
Eventually, this thread would rack up over 2,000 likes and 1.4 thousand comments. While this may not have caused Elan's closure outright, it aggressively reopened old wounds. 2010 was not 2000. The internet user base was exponentially larger than it had been, and resultingly, the effectiveness of this newfound attention caused a massive amount of backlash that the Elan school had never before experienced.
These 3 sub chimeras.
4 months later. On the 23rd of March 2011, the Elan school announced that it would soon be shutting down. Sharon Terry blamed the call on what they deemed to be libelous remarks made about them online. The school has been the target of harsh and false attacks spread over the internet with the avowed purpose of forcing the school to close. The school, unfortunately, has been unable to survive the damage.
Shucks.
And on the 1st of April 2011, the Elan school would close its doors.
What a great date to close on fucking April Fool's Day.
They blamed it on declining student numbers in hopes of diverting the attention away from the actual cause. But on the outside, everyone knew the real reason. For students, this was unbelievably good news. However, the damage they endured was something that would remain.
Thanks to Prime Fans and Sutrus and the resub, Wilhelm,
It's been reported
Geegan,
that
and
numerous
Cold Dog.
suicides have occurred as a result of attendance at Elan. PTSD with alumni is rampant, and it's clear that the school had done nothing but damage people. A filmmaker and former student named Todd Nilsson, creator of a fantastic Elan documentary named The Last Stop, has gone on record to state that, as a student, he was helped by their unconventional tactics, but he knew the majority of others weren't quite so lucky. Today, hundreds of stories remain online about the cruelty committed at the Elan school, about the facade they upkept for 41 years. Reading through these are eye-opening, and you can find them on nearly every piece of media and documentation that exists about Elan online. To all of you that have shared your stories, that have opened up about the torment you went through, your voice is the reason that Elan ceases to exist today. This video would not exist without you, and I wish I could say that I feel your pain. But I don't.
What's Sharon Terry up to? Let me take a peek. Sharon Terry, what's going on? Wow, since 2011 she has vanished. Holy fuck. Her spirit was trapped in Elan, and when it closed down, she just ceased to exist. Holy fuck. Yeah, I cannot find anything of Sharon Terry after 2011. My god. Well, thanks for the resub. Physics.
While there are and have been other facilities like this throughout history, those are another story for another time. The legacy that Elan left behind is a dark one. Knowing the true history of what occurred off Number 5 Road is haunting. And no matter if it forever stands physically, the psychological destruction that it left behind will very unfortunately forever remain.
Thanks the resub, Bloviator. That was good! That was a very interesting story. God damn, that was fucking intense. So I imagine over the course of 41 years, they must have had a lot of students graduate. And I'm really surprised that it took Reddit to be the one to finally shut that shit down. From one post. Thanks to the resub, Wingman. And eat on him. The graduates were brainwashed. That's true. I guess it's hard to really understand that perspective, since I obviously wasn't there for the brainwashing. That was really good, though. Yeah, that's Jeremy DeWitt, isn't it, Colby? Already watched that. I'm gonna go fill up my water now. Thanks to resub. Level Ace. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thanks to resub Ethereal. Biggest Moisty and 5 gift subs. Twisted Corpse. Oh, thanks, Corpse. Glad you're liking Godslap. Super excited to get issue 1 out. We're looking at early December. We've got it all. Well, Jackson actually mapped it all out. So early December, it's like around December 10th-ish. Issue 1 should be fully ready. So it'll be a nice little Christmas present. Is it tier 1 Ava? It should be, so it seems most people got the issue 0s like today and yesterday. So I'm guessing this week pretty much everyone will get them. I still don't know what went on with the emails. You can email the support and they'll just give you it if you never got sent the email. So if you want that, Raz, you can send them a support email, but either way, it's on its way. Thanks to Resubcom and Bob Barker. And tier 1 Dark Death Lord. The resub Koopa Loop. Thanks to Prime Mystic Trinkets. Oh, you know what I did get today though? My Berserk manga. I ordered the Berserk manga like 4 months ago. It finally came. My deluxe edition one finally came. So I started reading a little of that. Pretty good so far. I'm assuming the art ramps up as it progresses, because like I always heard about how incredible the Berserk art is, and the little bits of it I've seen is nutty. But so far, like in the first couple, it's 3 volumes, I'm not even done with volume 1. So far it's good, but not like mind-blowing. The early stuff is rougher, okay. Yeah, I made a whole video about that, Dewey. It's just the way I used to play that and enjoy that isn't really... It doesn't really exist in the current landscape of the game, so it just wouldn't be fun for me. Thanks to resub Loki. Have you watched just your average UK pub? No, I don't think I have. We're fucking grooving. Well, that was a pretty eventful 23 seconds. Thanks, resub Zelzia. Guy escaped cops on rollerblades. Yeah, I actually saw that video. It's fucking cool. Hold on. Sending a quick text message real quick before I forget. Hold on. And thanks to the resub, Tutorial Tom. Don't know what that means, Pi. And thanks to the resub, Dunk Daddy. I hope you feel better soon, Witch You Bat, and the resub, Clamp. Rex Gunderson did start streaming, yeah. Thanks to the resub, Bath Bro. The Chuck E. Cheese Brawl of 2021. Oh, we've done this, I guess. Oh, yeah. I remember this one. Kinda. I vaguely remember it. We've seen so many fucking brawls. Thanks to the resub, D-Man. And the tier 1 Pluto. Have you seen the Waffle House fight clip? Bro, there's a million fights at Waffle House a week. I don't know which one you mean. Oh, that was you, Pluto. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks to the resub, Beats. And the tier 1, Chris. My friend got shot in the leg at Waffle House a few years ago. Well, yeah, when you go to Waffle House, that's pretty much what you order. Thanks to tier 1 Predator. Summoning Salt. Did he release another new video recently? Because we just watched the Human Limit. Oh, there's one from... That's another 50-minute video, but I do like Summoning Salt, and I fucking love Super Mario 64. Let's run it, fuck it. This is what introduced me to Twitch, watching Siglimic run this game. God, it was such a good summer watching him chase down the, I don't think it was the 16-star record. He was going for the... What was it? It was like the hour 40. I think he was trying to breach hour 44 or something back then.
Super Mario 64,
so I think he was
16-star. It's the most
pretty
popular
sure that was
category in the most popular speed
yeah,
game
was it
of
120?
all time. Holding a record in it is one of gaming's toughest
Oh, of course I've seen that one, Pluto. That's a classic.
Ridiculous glitches and insane movement. Both requirements for a world record.
There's the Prime Tria and a
Just the
Poitep
lucky
and
few
tier 1
have been able to
Benadryl.
call themselves a record holder. And with the incredible level of competition, it's hard to hold on to it for long. But let's take a look at those gamers and see how they did it. This is the history of the 16-star world record.
I get so nostalgic thinking about Super Mario 64 speedruns. Real quick, I want to see, does Siglimic, is he still active on anything at all anymore? Because last I heard from Siglimic was, I believe, back in 2014. Siglimic is one of the OGs. He is responsible for a lot of Twitch's blow up. Because I remember when he got the world record, he streamed it. Like one of the first times he got a really good 120 run. It was streamed on Twitch, and there were articles written about it explaining what Twitch was, and that was big. It was on the front page of R Gaming and everything. I can't find anything there. Next to the Bits Blue Man, the resub Tails Toast, and the gift sub Mac. Sounds like a scam. I don't think I'm gonna be going there, Pi. Oh, nice, Blue Man. No, I'm pretty sure chat's just memeing. They say that same thing. Like, if I asked what's Joe Rogan doing, they're just gonna say he died. Or they has, like, wacky nipples. I don't see anything about Siglimic passing away. I really can't find anything about Siglimic, though. No one's even, like, talking about him. Exit Tier 1 Herder John and Tier 1 John Ob. Next the resub Revan. Yep, I don't see anything. He just vanished from the internet. That's a shame. Well, I mean, unless he just didn't want to do anything on it, then good for him. Hope he's happier now. Exit Tier 1 Maya.
Super Mario 64 has 120 stars you can collect. There are speedrun categories that involve collecting all of them. However, the developers only required you to collect 70 of them to beat the game. That's how many you needed to make it up the endless staircase and into the final stage. For years, 70 stars was the minimum needed to beat Super Mario 64. But years after the game's release, that number suddenly dropped to 50.
I used to try and learn this shit, it was so
lowered
hard.
Again, this time to 31.
I used to resub Flea.
And in 2004,
and
the number
Emerald.
fell to just 16. Super Mario 64 could now be completed in under half an hour. And in the summer of 2004, the first 16-star speedruns of Mario 64 were performed. There were a handful of records set over the course of a few months, from players like Cyberwrath and Christina Korsak. But the dust settled a bit when a runner named Illudude set a big record. In November 2004, he beat the game with 16 stars in 21 minutes and 56 seconds.
Oh, nice, Null.
And here's how he did it. The first goal in a 16-star speedrun is to collect 8 stars, which unlocks the first Bowser level, Bowser in the Dark World.
Was this filmed in 2004? With this quality? This looks better than most YouTube videos from 2010. What the fuck was this guy using? Like a Black Magic 4K back then, just aiming it at the TV? Shit looks incredible. This is crisp. They didn't even have capture cards in 2004. I believe the first capture card was a Dazzle, which I had in 2006.
Going into Bob-omb Battlefield and ground pounding the Chain Chomp's pole 3 times, unlocking the star. One of the fastest ways to move in Super Mario 64 is the long jump, so Illudude chained these together over and over whenever he could.
Appreciate it, Taco.
Next, he went into Whomp's Fortress to collect 5 more stars. He got the first 2 by going to the top of the stage, defeating Whomp, and then climbing to the top of the fortress. He then quickly got the star on the ledge by side flipping to it, then opened the cannon, used it to blast
this seems pretty
and
optimized.
shot himself into the star to collect it. A slow process that ate up around half a minute. Finally, he got picked up by the owl to fall into the cage and collect another star. That put his total at 6
pretty good.
stars. The remaining 2 came from sliding down Peach's slide to collect both stars, despite a bit of slow movement along the way. Illudude was then able to enter Bowser in the Dark World, where he used long jumps all over to move through the stage. It took 2 throws to hit Bowser with a bomb, but eventually he got the job done. Now that he could go into the basement, Illudude's next goal was to collect 7 more stars to allow Mips the rabbit.
I can't believe this was 17 years ago.
The first 2 stars came from shifting Sandland, where he got 1 from quickly jumping at the top of the pyramid, and the other from slowly waiting on top of a pillar for a bird to arrive. The next two came from Lethal Lava Land, where Illudude boiled the big bully and collected 8 red coins. His movement wasn't ideal in any of these sections, as his only real strategy for moving fast was to long jump whenever he could. Finally, the last 3 stars came from collecting the Toad Star, then heading into Hazy Maze Cave, getting the Emergency Exit Star, and the Watch for Rolling Rock Star. Now, Illudude had 15 stars, which spawned Mips the Rabbit. Normally, you can just grab him for a star, but Illudude was going to use him for a trick discovered by Dom Dunk a few months prior. This was the key to beating the game with 16 stars.
I don't know this strat. At least I don't really remember it.
The first step is getting Mips through this door. By putting him down right in front of it, then going through the door, you can quickly jump back and stand inside the door. From there, you can pick up Mips, turn around, and place him on the other side. Then, you want to take Mips to this door, which you normally need 30 stars to pass through. By placing him in front of it, you can jump between Mips and the door to get pushed through it, skipping the 30-star requirement. The Mips clips could be difficult to perform, but if done properly, they would save many minutes off a Super Mario 64 speedrun. After this, Illudude went into Dire Dire Docks, collected the Submarine Star to unlock Bowser in the Fire Sea, and went through it as fast as he could. Once again, it took him 2 throws to defeat Bowser, but he now had the second key. It was time to head upstairs, where he was about to perform probably the most iconic trick in Super Mario 64 speedrunning: the backwards long jump.
Whoa! Wait, even in 2004 they had BLJ?
Was popularized in a November 2000 edition of Nintendo Power magazine, but it's quite likely Nintendo knew about it as early as 1997, since that year they released an updated version of Super Mario 64 in Japan that made the trick impossible. When you do a long jump but hold the stick backwards, the game gives Mario a slight boost of speed. It normally snaps back to normal quickly after, but if you land fast enough, like on stairs, it's preserved so you can do another backwards long jump. By jumping over and over, it's possible to catch Mario in a loop where his speed continuously builds up. He can keep going faster and faster. If your speed builds fast enough, it's possible to be on one side of wall on one frame and the other side on the next. And that means if you mash correctly, you can backwards long jump and fly through doors.
Hey, 3 sub Lucky Squid.
Illudude performed this on both the 50-star door and the Endless Staircase, bypassing the requirements for 50 and 70 stars respectively. Then, it was a matter of making it through Bowser
2004 they had BLJ.
3 bombs at the end. It took him 6 throws, but it was enough to finish with a time of 21:56, world record by a significant margin. This run was pretty good for 2004, given how new the Mips clips and BLJs were. However, as noted before, the movement left much to be desired, and some tricks took several tries.
I hope you're doing well.
And about 6 months later, a player named Kirby Carter would lower it by about a minute.
Thanks for Prime Muse.
He definitely did clean up the movement a bit, but was still mostly using long jumps. He didn't miss as many throws on Bowser, and was able to get the BLJs extremely quickly. However, the biggest revolution introduced in this run was the new, more reliable version of the Mips clips. For the first one, by dropping Mips on the seam between the door and the wall, Mario gets pushed forward and becomes stuck inside the door. The rest of the trick can be completed as before. For the second clip, it's the same process as the first clip, but instead of getting stuck in the door, Mario gets pushed through all the way to the other side. These clips were both faster and more consistent than before, becoming the clear methods to use.
Thank you for the raid, Pat.
Going into mid-2005, Kirby Carter's
Hope you had a great stream. Welcome.
A solid record, with video
getting a little
proof that
history lesson
from
here.
2005 wasn't always a given.
Thanks to
The record
Melanu.
timeline was pretty straightforward at this point, and it followed a pattern seen by most early speedruns from the mid-2000s. Early runs recorded on VHS with primitive strategies, followed by improvements in big chunks over the following years.
It is fucking crazy how smart they were back in
point,
2004.
The 16-star history takes a bit of a
fucking
turn.
Geniuses. Ooh, thank you for the anonymous 5 gift subs.
For the next several
and
years,
the gift sub Xbox.
there would be two major caveats.
Really hope you had a great stream, Pat.
First, cheated or faked runs would be illegitimately on top of the leaderboard for more than 80% of the next decade. For most games, cheated runs do occasionally happen, but rarely does it affect the record timeline as substantially as it did for 16.
It's not like they were different humans. Yeah, they're fucking Neanderthals.
The fastest runs from legitimate players will be included
Imagine
in this video
being
instead.
like
And
2004
second, although
an
most
adult.
runs had video proof when performed, records before 2013 have very little video surviving today, and some of the surviving stuff is very low quality.
Ooh. Yeah,
Many
see, look
runs
at this.
were live-
This is what I'm saying. Like, the quality from their 2004 recordings is so much better than, like, 2009 YouTube videos. VHS, man. Like, the little VHS recorders were nutty for their time. Thanks to the Tier 1 Xbox and the gift sub Jacksapelli. Yeah, that's also how Angry Video Game Nerd did it too, right? Wasn't it VHS recorder? Like, he would just record with a VHS tape? I was 10 in 2004, so I wasn't an adult yet, but I was old enough to process these kind of advanced maneuvers.
Is very low quality. Many runs were live streamed at the time, but the videos weren't saved. There were also many emulator records at this time, but
Xbox
since they
and the Prime,
reduce lag
Bits
and
Brie.
aren't kept on the same leaderboard as console runs, they won't be included in this video. It's a bit tricky to analyze runs from this period, but we'll work with what we can. After Kirby Carter's 2046, a player named LeCoureur103 would rapidly lower the record down to 1908 over the course of 2005. He posted his times on the Speed Demos Archive forum,
Is it
but
Tier 1 Greasy
videos for
Gus?
these runs seem to have never made it online.
Oh.
So, despite lowering the record by a minute and a half, there's not much to analyze. Then, by 2009, the record scene moved to Japan. Through August 2009, 4 players set a record: Sho, Shigeru, Cass, and Taka. Most of these runs don't have surviving video, and the ones that do were live streamed with 2009 levels of quality.
What the fuck?
So instead,
That's what my old Justin
December
TV streams
2009,
looked like.
when we finally get a run with a clean video.
Unironically, that's what my old Justin TV streams looked like. That was the norm back then. Like, looking back at it now, I can't even tell what was going on. Let me see. Because I used to stream on Justin TV back then. This is what it looked like. This was the frame rate. This was everything. And this was the fucking norm. Thanks for the 3 gift subs, Xbox. Again, thank you, man. And thanks for Tier 1 bag of bananas. Fucking crazy.
From Taka. Remember, Kirby Carter had gotten a 20-minute run in 2005, and there were allegedly 19-minute runs later that year. What did Taka get in 2009? How about a run clocking in at 17 minutes, 18 seconds?
Wow.
To put it bluntly,
awfully stinky.
This record was on another level. The amount of tricks, the level of optimization, everything about Taka's run was miles ahead of runs from years prior. Truth be told, there had been many new strategies slowly implemented in runs over the years, but they
Tier
all
1
came
Toxic
together
Shark
in
and
Taka's record.
another 3 gift subs, Xbox.
And they started literally
Thank you.
right when the game begins. Normally, once you reach the middle of the bridge, Lakitu stops you for a cutscene. By jumping on the very edge of the bridge railing, Taka was able to skip the trigger for the cutscene and save about 7 seconds. Once he went inside, however, the run really started to take off. This was thanks in part to a handful of major new tricks. Kirby Carter's run from 2005 was good, but Taka had some tricks up his sleeve that changed everything. Trick number 1. In Bob-omb Battlefield, Taka performed the bomb clip. By activating the bomb and getting pushed by it toward the gate, you can precisely jump before it explodes.
Oh, that's fucking cool. I haven't seen that. I have never seen that version of the bomb clip.
This saves close to 10 seconds over the standard method. Taka then went to Whomp's Fortress and performed trick number 2, a legendary one known as Cannonless.
Oh yeah, Cannonless is standard now. God damn.
Getting the blast away
this guy was a
is
genius.
Slow, and involves opening the cannon, jumping in it, shooting at the wall, and landing to collect the star. However,
actually gives some
this
toxic
can
shark.
all be
and of course,
skipped
rip.
by performing Cannonless, where you just run at the wall in the perfect spot and collect the star without blasting away the wall. It saves around 20 seconds over using the cannon, which is huge, but the issue is the precision involved.
Bim in the prime Peterson and resub
right
Big Mom.
spot in the wall for this to work, so that Mario grabs the ledge the star is on top of, and his hitbox moves up to intersect with the star. Even taking time to set up the trick didn't help very much. The most skilled players struggled to hit the trick more than about 20% of the time. 16-star runs were transformed with Cannonless. You had a couple shots to get it, but if you failed, you'd have to reset. So now, most runs wouldn't make it past the 2.5 minute mark. Thankfully, Taka hit Cannonless first try, just so he could go and perform trick number 3 immediately after. By triple jumping and wall kicking off the cage perfectly,
that's another
you could
classic.
fall in it without having to use the owl. It only saved around 6 seconds, but Owlless became a staple of 16-star runs as well. Another big upgrade for Taka was his movement. Older runs had just used long jumps, but Taka carefully selected his moves to optimize the speed of each section. Diving was used all over from
yeah, this guy is like a literal time traveler.
While long jumps still had their place for longer straight sections. This upgraded movement could particularly be seen in Bowser in the Dark World, where Taka varied his movement all over to collect 8 red coins for an additional star. The back half was clean too. Fast MIPS clips and BLJs helped save some additional time. However, the run definitely wasn't without its faults. He had some slip-ups, like here in Lethal Lava Land, and he missed the throw on Bowser at the very end. But thanks to the upgrades in movement, strategies, and overall execution, Taka's run was more than 3 minutes faster than the early records. Super Mario 64 speedruns were about to enter a new era. Gone were the days of infrequent records with suboptimal strategies. Over the next year and a half, the record would be broken nearly a dozen times. Most of the videos for these records didn't survive, but the few we
was 2010.
show gameplay far ahead
How
of
did
its
they not
time.
survive?
The two dominant record holders for this era were Taka and Shigeru. They took turns lowering the record into the low 17s, before Shigeru broke the sub-17 barrier with a 1654. But when Taka took the record back with a 1652, he had a trick up his sleeve. LBLJ. LBLJ stands for Lobby Backwards Long Jump, and its origins can be traced to an October 2006 video, where Mr. Robert Z jumped up from below and grabbed an exposed ledge. He theorized that you could then possibly do a backwards long jump, and it turns out he was right. A tool-assisted runner named Mijitsu showed it off in a patch a month later, and it was eventually adopted by runners. By backwards long jumping into the basement ceiling, which extends upwards, you can land and repeatedly jump to build speed. You then land in a black area outside the front door with a lot of speed still built up. Then, you rotate the camera precisely to steer Mario's speed toward the 8-star door. If done properly, Mario will shoot through it and land next to the entrance for Bowser in the Dark World. This ultimately saves time because many of the 8 stars needed to open the door are slow, like ground-pounding Whomp 3 times. By ignoring the 8-star requirement, players could now just get the key right away,
Tempest and the Prime
collect
Storm.
3 fast stars in Whomp's Fortress, and head straight to the basement. It saved half a minute overall. Armed with LBLJ, Shigeru would continue to grind 16-star in 2010 and 2011. He would pull away from Taka, lowering the record deeper into the 16s, while optimizing his movement and tricks along the way. It was starting to feel inevitable that somebody would break the 16-minute barrier.
I don't recall, did Siglimic ever run 16-star? Or was he strictly 120?
But as it turns out, the first person to get a sub 16 wouldn't be Shigeru. It wouldn't be Taka either. In fact, it wasn't anyone who had set a 16-star record before. In August 2011, someone else broke through with a 1554.
That sounds like Siglimic.
And his name was Matt Turk.
Oh. Thanks to give Subtoxic and the Bits Again Xbox.
Nah, I'm just kidding. It was Akira. Akira's run was a culmination of strategies that had been slowly developed over the years. It started with LBLJ. He got it very cleanly, quickly rotating the camera to drop Mario in Bowser in the Dark World. After collecting 8 red coins in the key, he got Cannonless first try, Owlless, and the side flip star, making all 3 of these stars seem effortless. In Lethal Lava Land, he boiled the big bully, got a couple stars in the volcano, got the log rolling star via a precise triple jump wall kick, and got 8 red coins. These 5 stars were all relatively quick, the longest one taking only about 20 seconds. He then went into Shifting Sandland, got the star in the top of the pyramid, then bounced off a snippet to get the bird star.
Give sub right.
In Hazy Maze Cave, he triple jumped to get into the dinosaur room quickly, then grabbed the emergency exit and Rolling Rock stars. The MIPS clips were about perfect, and in Dire Dire Docks, Akira went for the risky front sub to save a couple seconds. He tore through Bowser in the Fire Sea, barely making a fast cycle. Both the backwards long jumps were instantaneous, and he nailed every Bowser throw to wrap up a sub 16-minute run. This seemed like it would be the last minute barrier ever broken in 16-star. There simply wasn't enough time to save to take it past 15 minutes. That being said, there was still some room to take it lower.
Yeah, get rid of fucking MIPS, you idiots! Fucking cavemen still using MIP clips.
Batora would grab the record for the first time with a 1552, losing a bit of time to bad movement early, but saving time at the end with a cleaner Bowser in the sky. Not to be outdone, Akira would beat him by a full 8 seconds in April 2013,
Exit Tier 1
thanks
Jiggly.
to a fast LBLJ at the start and tearing through the other BLJs. This 1544 would then stand on top of the leaderboard for the next 2 years.
Whoa!
That's an incredibly long time for a category as competitive as 16-star. There were a few reasons this happened, but one really big reason is a trick about 3 minutes into the run. I'm talking, of course, about Cannonless. It was a pretty big blow when 2/3 of your runs would die to the same trick right at the start. There wasn't a way around it. You either got Cannonless, or you reset. For years, Cannonless had been ending record runs before they could really begin. And it helped lead to stretches like this, where no world records were set for many months. If someone could just figure out a way to set it up consistently,
yeah, was it Sockfolder?
To grab the star every time,
Sockfolder came up with the setup, right?
So many new doors in 16-star. And in October 2014, that's exactly what Sockfolder did.
Thought so.
Sockfolder is a speedrunning legend. He's found revolutionary setups for tricks in Ocarina of Time, Luigi's Mansion, even the original Super Mario Bros. Once he sets his mind to figuring something out, he's usually able to do so. This time, it was a way to solve Cannonless. On October 8th, 2014, he came out with this complicated setup. You would grab the ledge, pull yourself up, punch twice, reset the camera, walk straight down, adjust the camera, pull yourself up, backflip, punch, walk straight down again, reset the camera again, then pull yourself up and walk down. If all this was done properly, you would grab the star every single time. The obvious problem with this was how slow it was. Even if done quickly, the setup costs 10 seconds over normal cannonless. That's a significant amount of time in a run like 16 star. But luckily, later the same day, runners DefTech and Gothic Logic would find an improvement. You didn't actually have to do the first part of the setup. You could skip straight to jumping on the ledge next to the plank, then perform the setup from there. This meant you'd only lose 6 seconds instead of 10, which was a bit more reasonable, and the whole process still lined you up perfectly to grab the ledge and collect the star. It's no exaggeration to say that cannonless setup was one of the biggest finds in speedrunning history. Those 2/3 of runs that died at cannonless were now gone. It now had a near 100% success rate. This gave the record so much more potential, since without having to reset as much early, players could focus on optimizing the rest of the run. So, throughout 2015, a handful of runners were gunning for the record. And what resulted was a mad dash to push the record down as much as possible.
Got it!
I didn't realize how recent a lot of this stuff was. Well, I guess 2015 is 6 years ago now. Send an email to the support oatmeal. Most people have gotten everything, like, a lot of people have been getting it today and yesterday. But send an email to the support and they'll just pull it up for you and tell you where. Thanks to Resub Rafferty. Maybe Tier 1 Circus.
By May 2016, Zaya had taken the record all the way to 1524. A run with a really fast LBLJ, nearly every trick hit throughout the stages, and fast BLJs to boot. The only real noticeable slowdowns were a slow start to Pillarless and getting bad boulder luck in Hazy Maze Cave. A very impressive record given how many tricks were now in the run. And incredibly, this record too
looks like shit.
Stand for
Not even sub
2
15
years.
Disgusting.
But eventually, a couple of new runners began to get really low times. Their personal bests dropped below 16 minutes, eventually into the 1540 range. And it became evident that both of them were going to make a push for the record. This is Aki and Ouija. In November 2017, Aki got on a run that had potential. A great LBLJ, pillarless, cannonless. After getting the second key, he was on pace for a 1525, but could potentially get as low as 1518 if he matched his best last split ever. A record by 6 seconds. It was all gonna come down to the BLJs.
What happened to Shigeru and Taka? Probably just got tired of it.
They were decent, but not good enough for a record. Aki would finish with a 1528, 4 seconds behind Zaya. But a few months later, he'd have another shot at it. 4 seconds ahead of his last run, he once again needed good BLJs.
And he fucked it again.
This time, it was good enough. A 15:22, beating Zaya by 2 seconds and making Aki the new record holder.
Woo!
But a few days later, it was Ouija's turn.
This was 2018? Wait, holy shit.
I did it! I did it! It's over. I did it, man.
He did it!
I did it. I did it.
This was the first ever sub 1520 in 16-star history. One new trick he and Aki were using was in Womp's Fortress, where he used a new setup for Cannonless called Texture Setup that had been theorized years prior by Snowman. Instead of using Sockfolder's long setup, Ouija just lined up Mario's feet with a texture in the side of the plank and went for it.
Okay.
It wasn't as consistent as the normal setup, but it
sounds
was
unreliable.
faster and still more consistent than no setup at all. Compromises like this had to be made now that the remaining time saves were disappearing. He gained some time over Aki with a cleaner Lethal Lava Land, but lost some in Bowser in the Fire Sea. His BLJs were excellent, but he had a slight mistake at the end of Bowser in the Sky. Although the run had some downfalls, it was still a record by 5 seconds. Not to be outdone, Aki would fire back 6 months later with a 15:16. He messed up the triple jump in Hazy Maze Cave, and his Fire Sea had a slow ending. He made up the time over Ouija, however, with a faster Mips grab while standing, and cleaning up his mistake in Bowser in the Sky. He also threw Bowser a bit faster each time, saving a fraction of a second per throw.
Nice.
At this point, when the record was lowered,
Jesus.
it was typically only by a second or maybe a few seconds at most. When records get as precise as 16-star, where players have done tens of thousands of runs each, taking time off in big chunks was pretty much out of the question. But incredibly, just 3 weeks after his 15:16, Aki was in position to do just that.
With a 40-second run.
As always, it came down to the BLJs. No pressure.
And he fucking blew a dick on it again, huh? Oh!
This was it. An unbelievable chance to make history.
He chokes?
Just had to make it through Bowser in the Sky, hit all 3 of the throws, and he'd be golden.
Ah! Ah! The game crashed. Damn. Thanks the resub. Jamal.
A 15:08 was the largest cut off the record.
The resub
in
sent
more
it. Oh, I'm
than
sorry, I didn't even see that,
3.5
Oatmeal.
years.
Send it again.
A near perfect
Just send it
run
again.
from start
Trust me.
to finish. The mistakes in Hazy Maze Cave and Fire Sea were cleaned up, and his movement overall was optimized for time saves too. As you'd expect, this run stayed at the top of the leaderboard for a long time. 6 months later, it was still in first. Second place was 8 seconds behind. Nobody was getting close to it.
Thanks to Prime.
To have a realistic chance
Juke
at beating this,
in Gucci,
you'd need new strats. The old ones had just about completely been optimized. As good as Aki was, it would help to change his approach if he wanted to take the record under 15:08. So, as 2019 came around, he looked into what else he could do to save time. First, there was cannonless. Texture setup was great, but it lost a few seconds over just running at the wall and praying. So, Aki decided that he needed to give up the consistency of the setup and go back to normal cannonless.
Oh my god.
The same awful, brutal trick that killed 2/3 of all runs years prior. This was obviously a really tough move, but the run was getting so optimized that it was worth it. Second, Aki went for a faster setup for pillarless. Developed by Tama, you would do the jump dive on the hill instead of going over the top. This enabled you to get hands-free quicker and allow the trick to begin sooner than before. With these setups in mind, Aki kept doing attempts. On May 10th, the new time saves helped him be 6 seconds ahead of the record early. He would bleed some of this time in Fire Sea, but good BLJs kept him well ahead. 3 Bowser throws later, Aki had done it again.
Just barely missed sub 15. Thanks to the resub check.
Incredibly, this record put Aki 12 seconds ahead of anyone else on the leaderboard. And he didn't stop there. He kept doing attempts for a lower record. He even had paces multiple seconds ahead of the 15:04, but every time, something would kill it. But in late 2019, Aki would finally get some competition at the top of the leaderboard. And this particular runner certainly had credentials. He was
the most feared name in gaming.
And 1-star record holder. He was one of the best in the world at optimizing fast movement. And his name was Dowski.
Thanks to the resub Apothic.
Dowski had previously held the 16-star record before, getting a 15:16 the day before Aki got his incredible 15:08. However, this time he wanted something more, a record that would last for a while. Even though his personal best was a few seconds behind Aki, he knew he had the skill to keep up with him. So, Dowski's record attempts began, and on November 17th, he got on a run that fell behind early thanks to missing Cannonless on the first try. However, he more than made up that time with a faster Fire Sea, including a different strategy at the end where he avoided jumping on the edge of the stage. He had a 4-second lead over the record. This actually had sub-15 potential. But as always, the BLJs stood in the way.
Whoa!
They weren't great, but his best possible time was still 1 second ahead of the record. If he could tear through the stage, he'd have a chance.
It's looking pretty good.
I don't think I got it.
What? Is it good enough? I already forgot.
It turns out, it would be record by just over a 10th of a
Nice.
second. For the first time in a year, Aki was no longer the record holder. With so many times being set in short succession, 16-star as a category was flourishing. There was really only one problem. At this point, it had been almost 2 years since someone with a funny username had set a record. In recent months there had been Aki and Dowski, but to get a good one, you have to go back to Ouija and his 1517, And even that one's not amazing compared to the likes of 420 Blaze It and Shivering Erotic King Banana.
Damn, that guy sounds nuts.
Well, in early 2020,
I like that guy.
Someone wanted to rectify that. He started moving up on the leaderboards, going from 5th to 3rd place.
Was it Gushing
right
Grannies?
The 2:15.04s. And shortly thereafter, he would end up taking the top spot. And the runner's name certainly didn't disappoint. On February 27th, a 15:03 was achieved by Slippery Nip.
Whoa! Good man!
He gained time early thanks to a faster LBLJ, and managed to match Dowski's speed in making the Tsukishima cycle on the platforms. In Womp's Fortress, he gained time by hitting cannonless first try, partially thanks to a setup by Salt and Ginger to adjust the camera and clip in the wall more consistently. He maintained this 4-second lead until the second MIPS clip, which took him 2 tries, but gained about a second back on the BLJs. That worked out to a 15:03, just ahead of Dowski and enough to make Slippery
Thanks
Nip
to Prime
the
Jesus.
new record holder. The community
Of
was
course,
beginning to
Y2K.
approach a barrier. They were now just 4 seconds away from a sub 15-minute run. The last time a minute barrier had been broken was almost 9 years prior, with Akira's 15:54. Now, a run in the 14s was seeming inevitable. But what time saves were left?
Thanks to the resub.
Well,
D
looking
and
at the 15:03
Quesadilla?
record, the big potential time saves were the 4 seconds lost due to the MIPS clip, and a few seconds that could be saved on the BLJs. But beyond that, there were still fractions of a second to squeeze out all over. On
Thanks to Prime.
LBLJ,
Tabari.
Lethal Lava Land, Bowser in the Sky, all from subtle, faster strategies or improving movement. Those time saves all added up to a run well under 15 minutes. But someone still had to take it there. And one player who would make a big push was Aki. After getting a 15:03 of his own, Aki would get a very promising run going on May 1st, 2020. It was about even going into the MIPS clips, where he messed up the first one instead of the second one. Still, a strong Fire C and BLJs kept him just ahead going into Bowser in the Sky. And there, he was able to make a faster elevator cycle called Monamo cycle by making his movement as tight as possible, including an incredible triple jump dive onto the platform. 3 throws later, Aki was so close to a sub 15.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. And he almost had a heart attack. 175 BPM. Jesus.
1 more second to go. Aki pushed onward over the coming days and weeks, getting great runs on pace that eventually died to something. The biggest culprit, of
Exit
course,
Prime Operator.
were the BLJs. Getting Mario to catch on the stairs seemed almost random at times. If you didn't get him to catch within a few jumps, it was run over, and even making it through would usually result in losing time.
Makes you some plump and
But
dumpy.
Aki knew sub 15 was within reach. He just needed one good run past the BLJs. And on May 10th, 2020, Aki had this run.
Oh,
it was
God.
about as close to a perfect run as you could get. Chances like this don't come along very often. Now,
Thanks, Prime
more
Mumbles.
than ever, the BLJs needed to happen.
And
They didn't
Nintendo
need to be
patched
very
it out
good,
during the run just to
he
fuck
just
him.
needed something decent. Or he could get near perfect BLJs.
Wow.
This was his chance for the run of a lifetime. Here we go.
Oh, even got the optimal cycle. Oh, that was scary. I bet his sphincter loosened up there real rough. Oh, that's scary. Oh my god. Just barely. Thanks to resub Alex OG in the bits. Davari, Toxic Shark,
and CC. By the skin of his teeth, Aki had pulled out a 1459, the world's first sub 15. Obviously, as good as it was, this run still had some room for improvement. He lost 6 seconds on the last split for mistakes in Bowser in the Sky. But still, that was it for big time losses. It was an incredible run up until then, and it was daunting to try and beat. For the next several months, there was little action at the top of the leaderboard. The top 3 stayed in the same spots, and 2021 came around with just Aki in the elusive sub 15 club. See this guy down here? This is Kano, and he was 6th place in the world
tier 1
with a
Angelic,
15-17.
and the resub Squeezy and Ozina.
He was considered an elite runner of the game,
Hope you feel better soon,
but
Squeezy.
generally not considered a world record contender. 18 seconds was a lot of difference for a short category like 16 star, and there were several people between him and the top spot. Well, in February 2021, Kano started up a stream on Twitch, and he decided that he wasn't going to end this stream until he set a 16-star world record.
What?
He wasn't going to be playing all the time. He'd still live his life and sleep on a normal schedule, but his stream would stay live the entire time. He
Holy
knew he'd
fuck.
have to do some work given how far he was from the record, but Kano didn't care. He wanted to be the record holder. So, he got to work. Life went on, and Kano kept streaming 16-star.
Oh my god!
His time was down to 15:13.
Thanks, resub Max.
By April, it was 15:07. His stream kept going. He was improving his skills and getting close to
How many
a record.
subs does he have? Is that his subs down there? 1788?
By May, he was starting to get
Thanks
really
to tier 1
close,
Trip in the
entering
Prime
the
Rat
top
and
3
Sam.
with a 15:03. All the while, the length of the stream climbed higher and higher, going past 1,000 and then past 2,000 hours. Until finally, on June 12th, 2021, Kano had this run. He actually gained some time early thanks to a new strategy in shifting Sandland by Circlemark994, but lost a bit on MIPS from slower setups for the clips. He bled a bit more in Fire Sea from an accidental ground pound, and his BLJs weren't as clean as Aki's, but he knew the time he could save in Bowser in the Sky. After a clean stage, 3 throws separated him from a record.
3,066 hours. And he just missed it? Or did he get it? They're not showing, he just missed it. Nope, by his reaction he got it.
Yes!
Holy shit.
Oh my god!
More than 3,000 hours of streaming
my god.
finally put behind him. Kano went from 6th to 1st, a 15:17 to a 14:58. An unbelievable push that paid off in the end. And Kano could finally hit the end stream button.
But decided
As the
not
summer
to.
of 2021 went on, a few people were going for a sub 14:50.
I know, apparently he's live
One of the
right
most
now. Is it
notable
still the
players
same
was
stream?
Luigi. He had set a record 3 years prior with a 15:17, but hadn't been able to
Is
replicate
he tier
it.
1 Picasso's nut?
Still, he was considered a top runner. For years, he would continue lowering his personal best, staying within seconds of the record at all times. However, he never was able to take that top spot again, despite coming close on several occasions. At least until July 4th, 2021.
think it's a bit toxic, Shark.
After 39 months, thousands of attempts, and numerous personal bests in the top 5, Ouija had finally done it again. He had beaten all the rest, and had taken back the world record.
I didn't get it.
Oh my fucking god.
No, I didn't get it.
No, oh my god.
Oh no fucking
when
way.
Ouija stopped to scroll through the text boxes, Mario was facing away from the star. All he had to do was turn around and jump into the star, but he accidentally jumped forward and lost about a second. It cost him the record.
That
to this day,
was heartbreaking.
He's still trying to get it back. But that's not the last run to talk about, because in August 2021,
no fucking way,
a runner would come back to snag one final record.
T-Pain. It's his first attempt. He just looked at one run, emulated it, and got world record. Thanks to the resub, Big Rod and Calmadare.
So, who was the runner? Well,
Slippery
it
Nip,
wasn't Ouija,
I'm calling it.
It wasn't Aki, Dowski, or Kano. There's only one username it could have been.
Woo! We did it! Oh! And the 50 gift subs. Thank you, Sam. Really appreciate it, Sam. Thank you.
Alright, cool. Sweet.
Appreciate the generosity. Pretty modest reaction.
If you enjoyed the video, I'd really appreciate if you subscribe to the channel.
Sweet.
It really helps me out. And check out the pinned comment for links to people who helped with research and the runners in the video.
That was so good. Summoning Salt is so fucking good. Oh, it's always so fucking interesting. Also, I love that Kano did 124 days. He probably just said that one time drunk. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna stream till I get the record. And he's like, might as well, fuck it. Let it ride. That's so fucking cool. What a great video. I need to take a shit really badly, so I'm gonna go shit real quick. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm back. Exit Tier 1, Captain Pitts. The resub Worm, Slither, and Bowling for You. And the Prime Conman. The resub Nicholas. An Internet Hero. This one? Dick Tree. Thanks to Prime Milkman of Doom. And the resub Newen.
You may have heard of this story before.
The resub
There
Slade.
were articles written about it by a bunch of different websites, including Kotaku and The New Yorker. A man reaches level 99 in the very first area of Final Fantasy VII by grinding for hundreds of hours. But why? For what purpose? What could drive a man to do such a thing? Well, I actually had the privilege of watching this saga unfold, and the scant few paragraphs these articles contain don't really do it justice, so I'm going to relay to you my first-hand account of what really happened. This story begins on a private GameFAQs spin-off forum. The name's not important, let's just call it Blue Links. I should probably mention that as a mutant offspring of GameFAQs, there's still a lot of leftover Web 1.0 DNA.
Oh my god.
Design, resulting in some irregularities compared to quote-unquote normal forums, like they call threads topics and avatars are aligned to the right side of the post. Just addressing that now so there won't be any confusion later on.
Fucking
It all started on
GameFAQs.
September 18th, 2012. A user going by the name Dicktree posted a thread with the title, "In this topic I get Cloud and Barrett to level 99 in the first reactor in Final Fantasy VII. It was a bold claim, and attracted a fair amount of attention. Many users expressed skepticism he'd be able to complete such a Herculean task. You see, in this part of the game the party receives roughly 80 experience points per battle, and the total amount of experience needed for Cloud to reach level 99
No
is
advice, Floppy Tits, but I do wish you the best.
783. Even with characters strong enough to kill the enemy in one hit, each battle still takes between 30 to 60 seconds each, so doing some calculations we can estimate that reaching level 99 will take a very fucking long time.
That's
Obviously,
safe to
you
say.
don't have to give the game your full attention. You can watch TV or listen to a podcast or something to make the grind a bit more bearable, but it does require
glad to
some
hear that,
degree of
Gato. Thank
attentiveness
you.
and input. If you fall asleep during a battle or do something stupid like accidentally target one of your player characters with an attack, you can lose hours of progress. This wasn't the first time people had seen a challenge like this. Several people in the thread were familiar with the level 100 on Destiny Islands challenge in Kingdom Hearts. Indeed, other people have actually completed this very challenge before, including someone on the Final Fantasy VII board on GameFAQs, proving it was possible. It just takes an insane amount of grinding. Many references were made to the infamous Grindmaster Elalilio while people tried to figure out exactly how long
Who?
it would take, but Dicktree was completely confident.
Infamous
that he would be able to finish the
Grindmaster?
challenge, even offering to bet his account that he'd be able to complete it. He even claimed that he'd done it before. The early days of the thread were quite productive. Dicktree was making rapid progress through the early levels.
True,
as to be
Max, that was a
expected.
pretty slow shit.
Updates were frequent, and although some were skeptical or mocked his efforts as pointless, a large portion of the comments were supportive and cheering him on. 2 days after he starts, both characters are at level 30. 4 days after that, they reach level 40. Things start to slow down a bit as he doesn't have quite as much time to grind, but a couple of weeks later he posts that Cloud is at level 46.
Okay.
Then, 2.5 months go by with no word from Dicktree.
Wow.
Before he suddenly shows up again claiming he no longer has his PS1, but he will be getting it back in a week. No explanation as to why he doesn't have it, but he does promise that he will return to grinding as soon as he gets it back on the 7th of January. It was around this time the thread took a noticeable turn, with Dicktree becoming more and more antagonistic towards the readers. He threatens to complete the challenge, yet withhold evidence of it, then recants saying he was just joking. On the 9th of January, he says he'll be starting up the grind again later that night or the next day. 2 months go by without any further updates, until suddenly he posts this picture without any words. He eventually posts a screenshot showing
Was there
he's
some
reached
Hurt
level
Reynolds?
50. He laughs at all the impatient nerds who've been following the thread, and boldly proclaims his next update will be a screenshot showing both characters at level 60.
Wow, he's
After
cruising.
7 months of silence, we get the message, "No more levels to grind," without any further elaboration. A month after that, he posts, "Maybe I'll start over," and then a picture of a new setup. After a long period of dormancy, some people were starting to show interest in the thread again. 4.5 months later, we get the next actual update. Just a picture of him grinding in the reactor, and soon after that, proof that Cloud was level 52. People were a little skeptical that Dicktree was going to stick around long enough to finish, and Dick Tree himself even admits due to his schedule he won't be able to grind at the same rate he was going at before, but he was confident that
it's been 2 years, Jesus Christ!
The challenge. For the next couple of weeks, progress was slow but steady and updates were fairly frequent. On April 17th, 2014, he posted this photograph showing he was up to level 55. He also stuck around to talk to people to discuss his plans. He asked for help to figure out approximately how many hours were left, how much time per week he should dedicate to grinding, and what he plans to do to kill time while grinding. The next day he made the following post. Told my girlfriend this morning that I can't go to her family's Easter celebration thing out of town. I took that day off of work and I plan on grinding at least 10 hours.
Good man.
9 months passed by without any posts from Dick Tree. People occasionally bump the thread, some keeping it alive on the hope he'll return, others just to curse him for failing to complete his sacred oath. On January 14th, 2015, Allalelia happened to be doing some grinding in FF7 in Junon, and someone decided to post about it as it was semi-relevant news. The next day, Dick
Daily
posted
Motion.
a glib joke about how he's secretly Allalelia. Needless to say, people were not thrilled. The thread lit up with activity again for a short while, most of it posts telling Dick Tree to go fuck himself.
Fucking Daily Motion.
Just 2 days later, one of these posts was by a man who goes by the username Circle Master, a man who was simply too cool to use an avatar. And this fateful post read, "Fuck Dick Tree. I should do this. I watched hundreds of episodes of The Simpsons and played hundreds of Super Nintendo ROMs. I could knock this out." 2 days after that, he posted this image along with the message, "Get fucked, Dick Tree."
Oh, this guy's coming
Why is the
in.
image so big? You see, that's just one of the many differences between Circle Master and Dick Tree. The man is confident enough to provide the image of the maximum resolution possible. I'm talking about
This
the
is
raw
great.
data straight from the camera. None of this pussy-ass reducing the image for the convenience of the readers bullshit. If you're going to take that horizontal scroll bar and you're going to like it, if you want to resize the image, you can
Is it
do it
tier 1
yourself.
illegal boot and resub man
Anyways,
bear pig?
The very next day, he posted another picture showing that he's already reached level 20. The day after that, he's at 25. The next day, he's at 30. Then 33. Then 35. 2 more days and he's at level 38.
Jesus.
He was making rapid progress.
He's
grinding for
cruising.
hours every single day. By the end of the month, he'd reached level 41. Obviously, he couldn't keep this pace up forever, so things slowed down a little bit, but he's still making regular updates and leveling every few days. By February 5th, he was already at level 43. That's when Dick Tree decided to stop by and leave a post. This challenger is interesting. Soon after, he posted
Dick Tree sounds like a real fucking loser.
On the reactor and proceeds to make several posts asking how he can stream off his PS1. He says that if someone buys him a capture card, he'll finish the challenge. The next day,
Okay, alright, now if he streams it,
update. He's a level 44.
that'd be good.
People are suggesting the idea of a Twitch channel, and he seems open to it. He also makes the following remarks. Dick Tree should have stayed out of...
Oh, what was that? I wanted to read that. If you put a Twitch stream of this, you will literally make 70k a year from the ad revenues. I mean, can't argue with the math, I guess. 2015, though, I don't think Twitch had any ads. Even now, you wouldn't make 70k a year from ads.
Do it. He also makes the following remarks. Dick Tree should have stayed out of this topic, because he cannot win. Either I get to level 99 first and beat him in his own topic, or I successfully goad him into finishing
Thanks to the
despite
bits,
his
Yex.
trolling. For the
Resub
record,
grown-ass
either way,
adult
I'm
and
staying the course
rager.
and reaching level 99. I can't say it was for sure because of this post, but Dick Tree wouldn't post again the thread for another 5 months. By the 25th, Circle Master was at level 48. There was a mild panic when he didn't update the thread for about a week and a half. People there were prone to abandonment issues, as you might be able to imagine, but he came back and reassured people he was just busy with real-life stuff. By March 11th, the characters were at level 50.
There's a Prime, not Dan.
Wow, level 50. That means he's like halfway there, right? Wrong.
Also, to be fair, looking at these numbers, this is pussy shit. 87 hours in, what is this? Was it 2 months now? Are we at 2 months for Circle? That's fucking nothing compared to RuneScape players. 87 hours is a single session for old school RuneScape. Like, it's not even close. These are actual rookie numbers. So I'm not super impressed so far.
We're at level 50. Wow, level 50. That means he's like halfway there, right? Wrong. That is not how levels work in JRPG.
Thanks for the gift sub,
Let's look at the
Sinclair.
amount of experience needed to reach level 55, the highest confirmed level we ever saw from Dick Tree. Cloud needs 399,245 experience to reach level 55. As we stated earlier, to reach level 99, you need 2,452,783. So this
Thanks to
motherfucker
tier
only got
1
16% of the way
MFM.
there. A common meme people would post in the thread are these stairs used to visualize how much more XP was really needed to finish the challenge. And this is where things started to slow down a little bit, both due to Circle Master becoming increasingly busy with real life, and just the fact that it takes an extremely long amount of time between levels at this point. The next update was on the 27th, where he had reached level 52. This is also where the time counter maxed out, so we don't know exactly how long it's taking between each level.
Damn it.
But you can sort of go off the guild counter for a rough idea. A month later, on April 29th, he's at level 57. During a day off in May, he grinds all the way up to 58. And around this time, he's pretty busy with work stuff, but he does do a good stretch of grinding in June, going from level 61 on the 5th to level 65 on the 13th. He mentions that it's nearly 9 hours of grinding per level at this point. It was in this post where he begins to seriously consider the idea of starting a grinding stream, and soon after he actually does decide to go through with it and begins streaming occasionally at twitch.tv/circlemaster. He also finally decides that he's going to start his own thread, rather than continuing the challenge in Dictree's old thread. You see, on this message board, threads have a post limit of 5,000, after which they automatically lock. Having a thread you made hit 5,000 posts was considered somewhat desirable. It's something of a status symbol. I mean, you know how forum culture is. So this is basically just a way to stick it to Dictree and deny him his 5,000 post thread. So everyone moved over to Circle Master's new identically titled thread, and business continued on as usual. By the end of July, he was at level 68, and by mid-September, he was up to 71. He would infrequently try out streaming during this time period. He often only had time to grind once a week or a couple of weeks, but when he had a grinding session, he went hard, many hours at a time. In October, he had a grind session that lasted 23 hours straight. He was able to reach level 73. And then, just a few days later, he did it again. The absolute fucking madman, getting all the way up to level 76.
Holy shit.
Insane, because, you know, it is. But as he explained, it's hard to see tangible, visible progress without dedicating an extended period of time to grinding. At over 12 hours per level, if he does just an hour a day, that's almost 2 weeks between levels. The grind continues slowly but surely over the following months. He reaches level 79 by November 10th, and he continues to post progress reports in December, January, and March. By June 16th, he's all the way up to level 88. Unfortunately, around this time is when Circle Master begins having some medical issues. His arm was injured, so he was forced to do the grinding one-handed for a prolonged period of time. So while progress was slowed significantly due to this injury, Circle Master always kept the thread informed of what was going on. It was also around this time when Dictree decided to show up in the thread and had an embarrassing meltdown, where he mocked Circle Master's sick grandmother, pretended he already completed the challenge, and accused people who insulted him of being liberals.
Oh fuck!
He said he's already completed the challenge and offers to sell his memory card as proof. Then he claims he already did it and posted evidence to 4chan and Reddit years ago because people in his thread weren't being nice enough.
Oh my god.
I don't use the term meltdown lightly. This was a fucking embarrassment. I mean, this was truly a self-humiliation for the ages. Nevertheless, by September 1st, Circle Master had reached level 89, just 10 levels away from his goal. Unfortunately, his arm and shoulder problems persisted, so he continued the grind one-handed while trying to deal with chronic pain and limited mobility, as well as dealing with a bureaucratic nightmare of trying to get on workers' comp. By the end of the month, he was at level 90, and by the end of October, he was at 92. Progress slowed down a bit again, taking until January 3rd, 2017 to reach level 93. By February 6th, he's at level 94 and is still...
God, he should have just cheated!
Injury. 20 days later and he's up to level 96, and it feels like the end is finally in sight. On March 10th, he posts an update showing he's at level 97, and soon after he finally has his surgery and takes some time off to recover. But by March 31st, he had arrived at level 98, the penultimate level. Needless to say, people in the thread were getting hyped. He began streaming more regularly the closer he got to level 99 as people became more interested in tuning in. Then, on April 7th, 2017, it finally happened. Circle Master started what would be his final grinding session in Final Fantasy VII and started streaming it. Normally only a handful of people would tune in, but this time dozens and dozens of people were watching live. Nearly half a decade after Dictree's original thread, and the promise was about to be fulfilled before our very eyes. And I was one of those people watching. In fact, Circle Master saw me in chat and was even enough of a lad to give me a shout out.
Yeah, Cybershell has done some good stuff. Just for reference, you should check out his YouTube channel, etc.
He sounds drunk.
After waiting for so long, the blessed moment had finally arrived, and it was more glorious than I could have possibly imagined.
Curio dude in the resub KQP and
Azay. Everybody who followed Dictree and were let down by him. This last fight is for all of us. I know I wouldn't be here without your support. I truly appreciate every positive message I've gotten. This is for all of us, and if I had to do it all over again, if something were to happen, and I had to do this over again, I would.
What a hero.
In a heartbeat. I would start right... No, I couldn't start right now because of my shoulder. I would start again tomorrow.
Let's go!
But here we go. I'm going to hit the circle button.
I'm happy
get
for
that
him.
Glorious half a second where it says level up. I want us all to savor
Browning,
that moment.
Pope, and
I
Villain.
want us to savor that level up. Because it's the last one. The last one we will ever see.
And the resub Rini. Fucking press it!
Yourself,
I need it!
Hit it!
I need the dopamine! Circle Master! Yeah!
And it's gone.
Let's go! Alright, run it back.
In this Twitch, I have gotten Cloud and Barrett to level 99 in the first reactor in Final Fantasy VII.
Just listen to the man's wild, uncontrollable pop-off. All in all, he estimates it took him about 525 hours to complete.
That's nothing! Caleb has streamed that in almost 1 month. We had some fucking amateurs working this case. Are you serious? I thought it was gonna be like 2,000, 3,000 maybe. Literally, Caleb is at like 220 hours in the last 3 weeks. And this is actual RuneScape numbers, like literal normal RuneScape numbers for a single skill. Over the course of like a month or so. This is shocking! I'm glad he did it. Like, hats off to Circle Master, but that is... What an... I was really expecting it to be like something nutty. Damn. I mean, I'm glad he did it. Like, it's fucking great. It's just that number is kind of a little wet fart there. Thought it was gonna be huge. But I've been so conditioned by RuneScape now. He does work a full-time job. That is true. That is true. That is something to take into account. But so do most RuneScape players that put that kind of hours into it. Like Kano, for example. He streamed 3,000 hours of Super Mario 64 till he got world record, and he had a full-time job, right? Didn't he say that in the video, that he was working his job during that time too? He'd just leave the stream on.
And that's pretty much the end of the story. Tons of people stopped by to congratulate him, and his accomplishment even attracted the attention of the internet at large.
Oh, watch that one, Red. That one was really cool.
He's still at it, just for the love of the grind, working on getting Zidane to level 99 in the Evil Forest in Final Fantasy IX. He continues to stream occasionally and post LP videos to his YouTube channel. I'll have a link to all his stuff in the description.
Thanks to resub with
after
cream.
all this time, Dicktree's original thread was still active. A few bumps a year was enough to prevent it from becoming archived. And in it, someone asked him if he had any thoughts about Circle Master completing the feat he originally set out to do. All he had to say was, "You did a good job, but I did it first."
This guy's such a fucking loser.
Properly explained to you the degree this man was completely and utterly blown the fuck out in every conceivable way possible.
Crystal.
I mean, if you think Dicktree can even post anymore without people going, "Hey, aren't you that guy who couldn't even get Cloud and Barrett to level 99 in the first reactor? What a loser." His posting career is in ruins, and I think it's safe to say he will never, ever recover from a public humiliation of this magnitude. It should be mentioned that this topic did eventually archive soon afterwards, without ever hitting 5,000 posts, whereas Circle Master was able to get 2 5,000 post threads out of the ordeal. Nowadays, people throw around the word hero to the point where it feels like it's lost all meaning. A man rushes into a burning building to save some dumb kids and suddenly he's a hero?
True.
Please stop
Lame.
devaluing this word and save it for only truly heroic acts of courage. I can honestly say without a doubt in my mind that Circle Master has entered the pantheon of American heroes.
I agree.
I prepared a musical tribute to end this video, but I feel like the best way to close it out is with a quote from Circle Master himself. This is from January 28, 2015, just 11 days after starting his grind. "Life does not have inherent meaning. To say that our lives are pointless and our achievements meaningless is to state the obvious.
God damn it. Stop devaluing
this
this statement.
Our achievements or how broad their scope. Time turns all to dust, and death destroys all memory. But that does not mean we cannot ascribe our own meaning to what we do. It's because nothing has meaning unto itself that we are free to create meaning, to make metaphor, and in doing so to reflect on ourselves and our world. Leveling to 99 in the first reactor is pointless and meaningless. So why do I do it? I do it to express my hatred, more importantly my disdain, for Dicktree. I do it to express the camaraderie I feel for those of us who have followed this topic for years only to be disappointed by him. I do it to prove to myself that I can persevere. The act is meaningless. I give it meaning.
This guy's galaxy brain. God damn it, finishing off with the DMCA. Jesus Christ. That was a good prank. Well, that was a very good story as well. Straight bangers tonight from the chat. Love to see that. What a great story. The Centrifuge Brain Project. Yeah. That doesn't sound nearly as cool as the guy who played Final Fantasy VII. Crazy scams in New York City. This one?
Hey guys, I wanted to share something with you guys.
Here's the resub studio.
Here in Times Square. I want to.
Well, there's tits in this? Thanks, the resub scene. Well, is there or is there not tits in this? Good to see you, by the way, Seenan. Hope you're doing well. And the resub, young bro. Okay, here, I'm just gonna check for myself. It's not age restricted, so I don't think there's tits. It's been up for 6 years now. It's probably fine.
Show you these characters, Elmos and Mickeys out here that are, to me, are scammers. It drives me crazy to see this because they just, you know, cheating tourists out of their money for nothing, you know? You don't go to Disney World and have to pay to get a picture taken with a character. At least you get a picture taken with a clean one that's real nice and a real one. But here, anyway, you guys check this out and you tell me what you think. Leave a comment on the comments below and let me know what you think. I know everybody's got to make money somehow, but I don't know.
I will say, there is one good thing about New York. The only thing I've ever liked about New York are these people. Just hanging out in costumes, just hoping someone will give them like $10 to take a picture. I love that. It's fucking great.
I mean, look how dirty Buzz Lightyear is. Look at him.
Hey, don't say that to his face. He can hear you.
Buzz Lightyear looks jacked. He's gonna come over here and try to get money from me.
He's gonna beat your ass if you're not careful.
I mean, where's his helmet? Look at Spidey. I never knew Spider-Man wore fresh kicks like that. Look at this.
So, what's the scam? When does that start? Seems like he's just here harassing these people. This is the scam? It's not really a scam. I don't think anyone's under the impression these are the real characters. I don't know about that. Thanks to the resub, James Farroot in Mono. Happy birthday, Alejandro. Oh. The greatest MMO you'll never play. This one, Age of Wushu. The universe is hostile to computers. Oh, I did see that one got uploaded, Z-Jack, but I haven't watched that.
Hey everybody, Jeremy here, taking a look at Age of Wushu again. This video, I want to keep short and do an overview of what's to come in later videos. I want to go over briefly a list of why this is the greatest MMORPG you'll never play. And I know that's a little haughty, and so, I mean, that is kind of a hook. I'm trying to hook you, so.
Alright, hook me.
And it is a little bit egotistical in that, but it really is it really might be the greatest MMORPG you'll never play. So, it's not terribly false. And actually, it's more true than false, because I honestly do believe it's...
God damn it, just tell me why it sucks.
So the list. You can be a constable and arrest people and
Thank you
issue
for the 7
arrests
gift subs,
for
Jelly
people,
Puff.
and
Thank
that's
you,
other
Jelly Puff.
players. The economy. The economy is totally player-driven. It's
Not that
very
one. Well, which one? Is it the Family Guy MMO one? Because the guy in chat said the greatest MMO you'll never play. This says the best MMO you'll never play. Okay.
Whenever someone says the words Family Guy, 3 things have gotta pop into your mind. 1. The show Family Guy, the media juggernaut. 2. The memes, the funny moments, the Joe Swanson. And 3. The games, your Family Guy pinball, your Family Guy game. Today though, I have a gift.
Classics.
This'll blow your mind. Do you like MMOs? Role-playing
Yeah.
games.
Oh, yeah.
Those little games that suck every minute of every day out of your schedule and slowly make you a corpse. Well, what if you combined the most addictive type of game and one of the most iconic franchises in modern history? You get Family Guy Online. And you're probably thinking, right? What is a Family Guy Online? Well, the guys over at Roadhouse Interactive and 20th Century Fox had an epiphany, and that was to combine a comedy cartoon
Thanks to the
with
resub
an
distorted Cheeto.
MMORPG. The amalgam of these 2 ideas were first revealed on June 16th, 2000.
I do like the idea of Family Guy Online.
In October 2011. It was a free-to-play game and ran on Unity, an engine that I've actually used before, so I'm pretty glad that I've been on the same soil as Family Guy Online. Not to mention, this game was also a browser game, which is nuts.
Oh, Aaron
And this
Rock,
game looked
thank you for the
fantastic
50
for a
gift
game
subs
from
again, man.
2011. The graphics were cel-shaded, which
Holy
automatically
fuck,
made
thank
the
you,
game
man.
age like wine. IGN's Nick Colin's comments towards Family Guy Online would prove to be
Appreciate
very
the
telling
generosity.
of the game's fate, being that the shell-shaded art style showed a lot of potential, and secondly, Family Guy Online could also just be a total no-effort cash cow.
Oh, that's so
Hard times came
fucking
for
wrong.
Family
I
Guy
bet they feel
Online,
so
and
silly now.
The game was delayed, launching in 2012. However,
Hold on, I want to read that. I really appreciate that, by the way, Aaron Groth. But why Family Guy? They say that it came organically, but why? Like, there's not a whole lot of shit to do for an MMO in Family Guy, I would think. But who knows? You know, maybe I'm wrong. Just being able to play as Peter Griffin, I guess, isn't more than enough. Thanks to Prime Bird Sounds and Less Soup.
For a certain Shigeru Miyamoto, a delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad.
True.
And being a massive fan of Family Guy myself, I was a very, very, very happy 8-year-old to find out that Roadhouse Interactive saw potential in Family Guy Online and wanted to make it the best it could possibly be.
It does look
On the
cool.
outset, it would seem that Family Guy Online was in a developer storm, but you know the saying, after every storm comes a rainbow. Come April 17th, 2012, the floodgates finally opened. The vast majority of Family Guy fans were able to get onto the Family Guy Online servers.
Oh, God, wait, that looks beautiful. This is a browser game? Sure looks better than half the things on Steam right now.
Family Guy Online servers, as finally the game was in public beta after being in a strict private beta for a few months. The fans were hyped for Family Guy Online as it received positive reception before and during the release, with such comments like, "It is funny because Family Guy does not make game, and now they have made the game." Gosh, the levels of pure irony the Family Guy fandom operated on back then was bonkers, and not much has changed. Here we are in the past. What exactly was the gameplay of Family Guy Online?
It doesn't need gameplay, this is enough.
The first thing that comes to mind is the usage of MMLOL, an acronym which would become known as Massively Multiplayer Laugh Out Loud Game. The second thing
that's what I like. That's my favorite genre.
The graphics. As mentioned earlier, this game is a browser game, and goodness grief, it looks gorgeous for a browser game.
That's what I was saying.
I suppose the most important aspect of any RPG is the character you play as, the vessel, and Family Guy Online does this fantastically. You make your very own Family Guy OC. This is by choosing a class. Classes in RPGs are essentially skill sets you choose to have. Most MMOs have this archetype as it splits
but
up
Family Guy has one.
Allows for better teamwork as you have to work to
Just
cover
Peter
your
Griffin.
teammates' weaknesses. In the case of Family Guy Online, there was 4 classes you could choose from. You could have Stewie, Chris and Meg, Peter and Lewis, with Brian coming later in DLC. Boy, I can't wait. First we have Stewie, your glass cannon, who is a fragile character with a lot of damage power, and he knows
just
weapons
raids
of war.
Cheeto.
Then we have Peter, who serves as a tank, because he's a very chunky man. He has a large range of attack due to his sheer size. Next we have Lewis, who is the healer class.
Pretty tough.
She's the mom. She also does foxy boxing, whatever that is. And last and least we have Chris and Meg's class, who don't really have any strong points. I mean, they have a potent attack called the Spaz attack, which is their words, not mine. Apparently neither Chris or Meg were unique enough to get their own character slot, which is why they were crammed into one, which is pretty funny. Even then, you're not actually playing as anyone from the family. You would choose one of the characters and then you would be able to design a character that looks similar.
Damn, he looks cool. Fuck, I want to play.
Really recreation of Family Guy's set. There are so many little details in the game which help to heighten immersion, like Joe's wheels turning on the loading screen, like Wagmar making a signature noise whenever he appears. Loading into the game, the missions essentially revolve around helping characters out, like you help Chris, you help out Peter, etc.
Oh, it's just a bunch of fetch quests?
Straight from the get-go. But there is one problem, that being the amount of loading screens. Now, this has nothing to do with Joe, but rather, this was a problem with the game being a browser game. And for that, you would be correct. This is where the kicker comes. Whenever the loading screen would come up,
the game doesn't exist anymore.
All the cool stuff you could buy. This not being with in-game currencies, but microtransactions, which I want to get out of the way. It's actually pretty understandable, as the game was a free-to-play game, and you could buy more gear, more characters, and consumables. Honestly, to me, it looks like you're buying stuff in the game, which wouldn't just give you cosmetics, but rather, it would give you a competitive advantage. Which is fine with
competitive
me, but for a lot of
advantage in
players, it would
Family
be
Guy.
annoying to have the iconic buff pig locked behind a paywall. It wouldn't be all sunshines and rainbows though. There was a wrench in the Family Guy Online ecosystem that proved to be detrimental. This being the amount of reworks the game went through, including a version that was made for Facebook. So, for the purpose of this video, I blame the demise on Facebook.
Agreed,
Okay,
that's probably
it's
what
not
caused
actually
it.
the fault of Facebook. The death of Family Guy Online is the most hilarious thing I've heard of in a while. In an article from Play for Real on the 24th of December 2012, the title being, Family Guy Online shuts down after discovering most players too stupid to play game.
Oh, that makes
the article
sense.
mentioned that the cost of reworking the game continuously to be easier meant that the game couldn't continue, leading to its early demise. Now, you're probably asking, why was the game reworked so much? The player base of Family Guy Online didn't understand how MMOs worked.
Wait, hold on, I want to read that, god damn it. What the fuck? Wait, is this real? There's no fucking way this is real. No way. Players asked whether or not Lois would become nude after she makes a sex joke, and spent most of their time trying to attack the mega NPC. 100% this guy's just taking the piss.
MMOs worked and therefore didn't like playing it, which led to them dumbing down the combat system substantially. And I'll read a direct quote, but most players couldn't get past the rock paper scissors battle system. In fact, there were quite a few players that asked whether or not Lois would become nude after she makes a sex joke, and spent most of their time trying to attack the Megan NPC. The president of Roadhouse Interactive asked Seth for help, and he just responded in a depressed and upset tone, and the president ended it off, mentioning no wonder why Seth stopped working for Family Guy. Thankfully, they shared statistics of how players got on with the game, and it's all the more telling. 90% of conversations between players were Family Guy quotes, and secondly, 70% of players could not progress past level 2.
This all sounds very made up.
But it is so funny to me to just imagine being an active player and a majority of the chat was just Family Guy quotes. It's even topped off by the funnier figure being that 70% of players didn't progress past level 2. The comments in the thread were also very telling about the intellect of the Family Guy fandom. I'll show them here. What killed Family Guy Online was the fans of Family Guy.
Oh my god, wait, these
and
are
I
real.
think
oh wait, no.
that is the biggest and funniest takeaway possible. It wasn't all bad though. There was light at the end of the tunnel. The president of Roadhouse Interactive, James Hurthouse, gave a tidbit of info that them and Fox were now beginning development on Cleveland Show Online and American Dad Online. The ultimate question being, did this go anywhere? No. Thank you for watching.
Damn it.
I genuinely appreciate it.
Well, I want to play this game now.
And here's another Family Guy video I made. See ya.
Is there a private server running of that anywhere? Let me see, Family Guy Online private server. Yeah, that article was 100% fake. Here's a first
Hey guys, it's Spookify here for MMOHut.com. Today I'm going to do a first impression gameplay stores. A lot of depth and a little bit different than all the other standard MMOs. And plus, if you're a fan of Family Guy, then why not?
Probably business
windy.
windy.
So I got to go in his room, which I think is in here. There you are. What's up there? Kanye West! What's up, bro? Although you look a little different now. Did you have some surgeries?
This game looks kind of fucking lit.
Alright, Brian.
Glad you're here. My dad really nailed it.
Imagine that's the real Kanye and he's just pitching Donda back in 2012.
What does that mean? Alright, go get me the supplies to build a restrained log trap. Alrighty here, so I'll up and collect.
Played this game yesterday.
He played the game yesterday. This is his first game he ever played. I like the little commentary. Those little things are actually pretty nice.
That was a great show,
So I
Anon.
need to get a fir tree log behind the Griffin house in Spooner Street. Alright, this is behind the Griffin house. So where is this thing that I need? Can I jump over this? I can.
Oh, nice. Freedom is everything.
Fir tree log behind the Griffin Spooner house. Okay.
I want to see some combat.
Oh well. Too busy right now. Gotta get a rope. Sorry. You got 30-foot rope. Oh yeah, 30-foot rope. That's what she said. Not really, but okay. Let's come
He's
over
having
here.
fun.
Hey there, guys. You want a popsicle? To you. Alright, maybe you don't even like care. Can I sit on your head?
Show me some gameplay. Combat.
That get a little annoying over time. Hearing that over and over and over again.
Exit Prime.
Alright, so let's come back in this room.
Lancer.
The quest to, of course,
What's this?
Brian.
Put your head between these two restrained logs and win a free hat.
Kanye West is still here.
Well, that's a no-brainer. Come on, you fat. Do it.
Show like.
I have no.
Stewie's just like yelling at me. Alright, here's the guy. I've never. Maybe a good the guy moment. Just invade.
Oh, here we go. Let's fucking get it.
I gotta. Okay. You're right here. I'm clicking on you. Why can't. No target. You're right here.
Tab targeting. Try tab targeting.
Okay, there we go. That was a
Nice.
little weird. I couldn't actually click on him. Oh, yeah. Do that one attack.
Wait, this is nuts.
Here. He's beat me with a stick.
I don't think that's. It's not really a stick.
Bam! Oh yeah. All right, a little bit more. He's at 20%, 10%.
This game looks
Down
fucking
he
great.
goes. Can I loot anything off your body like that? I want that newspaper. Can I loot that? Nope. No looting. No looting from you. So I can tell you guys exactly what was in it. Like new skills currently. Obviously, I guess we can just explore the area. I guess.
I don't know why they ever thought to make that game. Someone was just talking about Fusion Fall the other day. I hadn't heard that game's name in a long time though. Does it have raids though? I have no fucking clue. Probably never got that far. Thanks for your sub, Mr. Griffin and Peanut. Oh, have you watched I Build Tiny Cars Out of Fridges? Let's check it out. Thanks for your sub, Jukebox Guy. Well, that looks pretty cool.
This fully functional one-off build is a perfect replica of a 1949 classic, only smaller. A whole lot smaller.
What was that other MMO that failed? Cartoon Network MMO, I think it was. It was like Galaxy Star or something. Superstar, Turbo Star. Thanks for resub, Mac. No, it wasn't Fusion Fall. It was something called Star, wasn't it?
Not just one, but an entire museum of mini motors, all lovingly built.
I don't think it was
from
Fusion
scratch
Fall. I really think it was something
Adams.
Star.
This museum has been running for 8 or 9 years.
Wild Star, thank you. Damn, I wasn't paying attention to the video there. I got so sidetracked. Yeah, Wild Star. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, this one. This was NCSoft. Yeah, I misremembered. It wasn't Cartoon Network. Exit Tier 1 Silver Tangled Devil.
1 out of 9 refrigerators was like a 28 Chevy. Not an exact replica, but that's what it looks most like.
Thanks for the bits, Silver Tangled Devil.
It's got a 2-cylinder Onan motor in it with a factory flywheel and clutch and pressure plate and a 3-speed transmission out of a 3-wheel mail cart. This is the part of the refrigerator that went against the wall. The body was nothing but a refrigerator laying down, and I've cut the door in 10-inch pieces.
Good for this guy.
Since his
Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Mac.
Chevy
And I did play
replica,
Matrix Online.
Ernie's gone on to complete a whole fleet
I liked
of
it.
dwarf cars. And one of the gems of his collection is the Mercury.
This Mercury was built just a couple of years before 2009, because that's when it was licensed.
This guy is very talented. But now I'm on an old MMO kick. Yeah, Matrix Online, highly underrated game. Highly underrated.
You take the blue pill.
My Death of a Game series, we know at some point something went wrong. Really wrong. I'm talking third Matrix movie wrong. Let's take a journey through the Matrix to find out why Matrix Online ultimately died.
Here we go.
No, that game died after like literally a month. It was pretty much dead on arrival, to be honest. Exit Tier 1 Blake.
Matrix, a late 90s
But I thought it
and
was
early
super cool. I thought it was a great
juggernaut
game.
of a series. Between all 3 of the movies, it was able to generate over $500 million. A story of humans existing in the Matrix, a simulated reality created by sentient machines to control the humans, as well as set in a dystopian future setting. Specifically following the story of Thomas Anderson, aka Keanu Reeves, aka Neo. Besides the final movie in the trilogy not being quite up to par, Matrix as a
Yeah, it's
whole
pretty
is a
dog
very
shit.
well-respected trilogy and universe. So when Warner Brothers Studio, the studio behind the movie, expressed interest in a MMO adaptation of the title, in the early 2000s, it was met with great fan enthusiasm worldwide. Warner Brothers would slate developer Monolith Studios to
Yeah,
handle the
baby.
creation of
Let's
Matrix Online,
go!
often dubbed MXO. Monolith at the time had released titles in the late 90s and early 2000s, Shogo Mobile Armor Division, Alien vs. Predator 2, Tron 2.0, and a couple of spy titles in the form of No One
Thanks to
Lives
resub
Forever. Monolith
Bernie
of the more
and
present
Hexaberry.
day is known for cult classics such as Fear, Condemned, and Shadow of Mordor.
Oh wait,
What was
what?
even more exciting
I
for
didn't
the
know
fans
that.
of the series was that the Wachowskis, the franchise creators, gave their blessing to the notion of gamers inheriting the storyline, as they put. The Wachowskis had this to say concerning the impending launch of MXO. Our expectations are high, perhaps unreasonably so, but only because we're anxious for a really good MMO as every other gamer. Obviously, the most important thing we're looking for is for it to be fun, to be a game that
And
we'd
it
be interested in
was.
playing. Right now, the idea of MMOs, a multitude of gamers jacked into the same computer-generated dream world, is more interesting than the game itself. We are hoping that Matrix Online changes that. Ubisoft and WB Games were going to co-publish the title for developer Monolith. But Ubisoft backed out and
Ooh,
instead
thank you to
Sega would be
5K
helping them
goddamn,
publish the
thank you to
title.
5K bit
MXO
Silver
was
Tangled
initially
Devil.
slated for a January
Thank you for that.
2005 release, but was pushed back to March 22nd, 2005. MXO indeed launched on March 22nd, 2005, but despite its massive following and the hype surrounding the title,
Nobody bought
Matrix
it.
Online didn't quite wow the gaming world upon
Literally
launch.
no one bought it. I
had
couldn't
some
find
initial
anybody.
Reviews that were quite strong.
I was
but some
completely
more
alone in that
studied
fucking
reviewers
world.
struggled to give the game above a C grade on Metacritic. PC Gamers said, Matrix Online has done a rare thing. It's taken a movie license and made me feel like a contributor, not a spectator. It captures the feel of Matrix and delivers a sharp, massively multiplayer game, while Eurogamer had less praise. Even if the surface mistakes were removed,
thank
its
goddamn.
problems
Thank
are
you
so
again, Silver
fundamental
Tangled
to its
Devil. Jesus
design
Christ.
that it's hard to imagine
Thank you
it
to Tier 3
transcending
gift
into a
sub Sapphic.
serious competitor for the big
I
boys.
appreciate it.
I'm assuming they're referring to World of Warcraft in this. Overall, players were enjoying the story and world created in MXO, but not
It was
quite
very
complimentary
stylish.
of the frankly odd combat and repetitive questing. Despite Monolith's obvious prowess in gaming, they didn't necessarily have the right experience for when their MXO title wasn't exactly wowing critics, let alone experience for a MMO title period.
There's the Prime Sheppel.
And neither did Warner Brothers. 3 months
The bits
later,
again,
SOE,
silver.
or Sony Online
damn, thank you.
Entertainment, who was a Goliath in the MMO gaming world at the time, negotiated a deal to buy the Matrix Online from Warner Brothers Games. Now, was Warner Brothers just looking to get rid of the project? Did they really believe that the title was best left in the hands of SOE, who was far more experienced? Regardless, SOE would be taking upon the challenge of Matrix Online's lukewarm reception. Not a whole lot of public information on the updates that SOE implemented, if really any, into Matrix.
Okay, hold on. Now I just want to watch gameplay. Oh, you can play it in emulation? They have private servers?
Thankfully. So many. The I also remember that you're not quite what I remember it being. I thought I remember being able to go into the top of buildings, but okay.
I know all about Chronicles of
I
Illyria.
also
Thanks to the Prime Sins.
I just gotta. The best part. Oh, don't look at that. Don't look too closely.
The ending. The final moments of Matrix Online. July 2009. Yep, this was pretty much the entire community when I played it too. Fucking 12 people. Pretty cool cat though. It almost moves. It really is a shame. I think it had a lot of potential. What the fuck is happening? What a way to go out. I like how they just kill the players. Pretty horrifying way to remember the game. My created avatar just screaming in agony and then fucking folding into a pretzel. Yes, delightful. Oh, wait, at least there's this guy over here. He's still okay. I want to see some of the in-game, because I never got to the in-game, obviously. Oh, here it is in 2021.
I really wish this... So... Yeah, a bunch of
Thanks
people
for
are
the resub,
asking
Joshua.
me to check out the Matrix online, but get at the...
Surely there's got to be footage, right? Me versus 3 agents. Well, it looked a lot cooler in my memories, I will say. I swear to God, if you guys could just see what this game looked like in my head, you'd think it was a masterpiece too. Huh. This is, man, it is crazy what memories can do. The way it just completely is wrong sometimes. Thanks to Prime DJ, Archuleta, and the resub Rovac. Yeah, maybe I won't revisit that one. Thanks to the resub Gob. They're making it, well, Jeff is making a Killer Bean roguelike. Yeah, there's a lot of Matrix games. A couple of them were good. I think it was called The One for Xbox was a really good one. Or, no, Neo Path of Matrix, I think it was really good. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, vegan. Or Path of Neo. So I got everything fucked up there. Yeah, Path of Neo was really fun. Grilled teriyaki chicken. Nipa home cooking. This? Is it supposed to be blue? That does look pretty good. I've never seen blue chicken. It's like a fruit roll-up with cheese, it seems. You've got my attention. Let's see it, Jay. Where food and fun come together. And food poisoning from the thumbnail. This is awfully long. That was pretty intense. That came in real hot.
With the most at Chef Jay.
Hey Jay.
We're back out in the backyard. Now we're just doing this little quick see around. It's getting a little bit late. It's getting a little bit dark, but we're out, you know, just hanging in the backyard. And I had some chicken thighs, so I'm gonna make some.
Thanks to Tier 1 Sub-Zero.
You know, I really didn't eat today. It's just it was too damn hot.
You didn't eat because it was hot? I just didn't feel like eating today. It was like windy outside and fucking lost my appetite.
The chicken on the grill, and I got some teriyaki sauce marinade that I'm gonna try. Listen to that sizzle. Look at that. Now, I want to.
Woo-hoo-hoo! She's looking good. Yeah, fucking cremate that chicken. Show that shit who's boss. Get some propane in there. Squirt it.
Now it's clear.
Get in there.
I'm trying to get the, I got some couple potatoes I cut up. I'm just going to do whole on there. Like, I cut them down into big chunks. But look at that fire, guys.
Yeah, what more could you ask for?
Because, as you can see, sun is going low down here in West Pittston. Yes.
Thanks, Reese, some peanuts. I used to love Whiplash for Xbox, and thank you, Payne.
I'm about to lay down some sauce.
Let me take a peek at that one more time. Yeah, there was chicken there at one point. Fuck yeah. It doesn't really look like chicken anymore. It looks like little bits of a tire.
The sauce is the boss. I don't have my tripod out with me today.
But the sauce is going to revive it, revitalize it.
Alright. I got best yet teriyaki marinade for these chickens. Ooh. Look at that. I'm going to come back to you, Ode. Smells so good.
Doesn't really look super great, Jay. It looked like a crime scene.
It feels so
to be honest.
Like I can't get it to, I know you're not supposed to crack your neck, but I can't get it to crack. It drives me nuts. But yeah, guys, today I wasn't even going to cook today because, well, I had breakfast, had lunch. I ran down to the store to Garrity's, and that just zaps the energy right out of me. Now with wearing the masks and stuff, I just get so, I just get so wiped out from not being able to breathe right. I come home and I'm
Who's the resub, Cal?
like just a big blob of shit, literally.
No.
And yeah, I figure, well, I gotta eat something. I had the chicken thawing in the fridge. I don't want it to go bad. Now tomorrow I'm gonna do something awesome because wait till we see what I do tomorrow though. Okay, well, let's get back to today. Let's get these chickens. Look at that, there, food peeps. My food
I
peeps.
like it.
Okay, with the light on, with my side porch light on. See, I got a side porch light there. Get the little chunks of potatoes. Coming out good. I'm just gonna, butter them when I get inside.
That one looks fine. That one's not super burnt. It's really just that one. And that one. Well, yeah. It's just really the one in the middle. The other two look fine.
Listen to that
Ish.
sizzle, guys. That cooking. Wish this camera had smell evasion, because you could just smell the taste, smell the flavor, finished product.
Yeah, that looks... Yep.
Okay. Alright, yep. Sorry, something came off my screen. There's the finished product. Chicken, potatoes. I hit it up with some sour cream. Alright, let's jam into this. My battery level isn't too high yet. I know, so I'll have to make this short and quick. Look at grilled potato. I'm not doing any salt or butter, just eating them very basic tonight.
Potatoes do sound pretty good right now, Jay. I'm not going to lie to you.
Sorry, my neck is really bothering me. I'm not sure what we're going to call this episode today. I don't know. We'll see. But...
Is it good? Is it yummy? Like, what's going on?
Very good.
Okay, there we go. That was the review I was waiting for.
Now we're going to tackle that chicken.
I also would like to see the chicken, to be honest.
Look at that chicken, guys, gals. Oh my god. With the teriyaki.
Oh, in the thumbnail it looked blue. It's just little bits of like meteorite on it, like, because it's like super burnt on the end. Okay, I was wondering how the chicken would ever end up blue, but I see what happened now. It's just this being the burnt side. Everything over here seems fine though. It's just this I would avoid.
Oh my god, with the teriyaki sauce on it, marinade.
Oh, and he went right for the worst side of it. I would have done the other side, to be honest.
Mm. Oh my god, guys, that's so delicious. Now, some of you were liking I did some photos, put some photos up on the Instagram.
Thanks,
Thank you
resub.
for people that are liking the photos.
PP gobbled.
Wait till you see this video down the road, though.
Seemed fine. Thumbnail was really misleading. Nice. Thanks to the Bits Fresh, the Lake City Quiet Pills. You recommended that before. Have we seen it? Oh, from Barely Sociable. Thanks to the Prime, Dr. Core. Alright, well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and fill up my water real quick, so just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thanks to the resub. I might be your brother and drugs. Sounds cool to me, vegan. Thanks to the resub, Pips. No, I probably won't do Darman tonight. We'll probably do it next YouTube night, actually.
The internet is no strange place for oddities or shady business. With billions of people crossing paths on any individual platform each day, there is no shortage of questionable things that go on online. To investigate in today's video, we're going to be looking at one of those internet oddities that leads down a rabbit hole of one of Reddit's very first mysteries. While this mystery has been no stranger to speculation online, very few people have sought to actually create a cohesive narrative for the events surrounding this. What I seek to do today in this video is give you all the details, tell the story, and then give analysis on the events surrounding the Lake City Quiet Pills incident.
It's on Reddit, it's
While
fake.
We will discuss the main theories of this.
Case closed.
I want to remain a skeptic for the sake of uncovering the truth, as I think it's important here to focus on what we actually know rather than get carried away into Spooksville. So that being said, that's what we're going to do. We're going to tackle this incredibly detailed internet mystery, so sit back and enjoy as we dive straight into this. The trailhead for this rabbit hole.
I hope it's not just a Reddit post.
Religion of Peace, who joined Reddit back in 2007. He was most known on Reddit as a bit of an elder for his service in the military, but also infamously known as a moderator of the r/jailbait subreddit, which was a subreddit dedicating to posting photos of questionably underage girls. But more on that later. Religion of Peace post history is extensive and crude. There's so much
Have a good night, Exanimus.
to set the stage for the events that unfold, that before we even talk about Quiet Pills, we need to understand exactly who this guy was to save us some confusion down the line.
Welcome back, then, Macaroni.
Also,
Hope
for
you're doing
further
well.
reference, Religion of Peace is the same thing as ROP or Milo. The same person. That's all you need to know. Got it? Good. Let's go. Our first post I would like to highlight is from June 6, 2009. Here on a post commemorating the 65th anniversary of D-Day, what follows is a top comment from the user Religion of Peace, who chimes in explaining his experience on D-Day. I'm not going to read through this post because it's not very important, but all you need to know is that he claims to be 79 at the time of this post, putting him at age 14 during D-Day.
Wait, what? This is already super fake. You're telling me an allegedly 79-year-old man was also the moderator for the jailbait subreddit? I don't know about that. And also a 79-year-old using Reddit? That's definitely not on brand. Jailbait is shit from like young pedophiles. Like 30-year-old pedophiles. 100%. You think a fucking 79-year-old is going to know what jailbait means? This is immediately fake. I already don't believe any of this.
Which is seriously questionable. While many people are
that's good.
wars
You
below
said
the
that
age
too.
of 18, this is still something I highly doubt, as we have nothing but this guy's word to go off of. But what completely debunks this is the fact that if you manage to dig up all
Old
the way
pedophile?
back into this
Oh my
guy's
god.
post history,
Old pedophile not possible. Old pedophiles aren't using the internet. Like, they're not using Reddit. When you see pedophiles getting busted, it's usually like 30, 40-year-olds on the internet. And the old ones are the fucking analog out there that still like send letters to kids or something or ride around in a van. Name an old pedophile that came from the internet that got busted recently. Enlighten me, because I can't think of any. Like, even Jared Fogle wasn't an internet-based pedophile. He was a real-world old one. I mean, he was like 40s, so he wasn't like super old.
He was super old?
Talking about some guy on Reddit. Why the fuck would we know them? Well, you're saying that it happens all the time with old pedophiles using Reddit or the internet in general. Like, I never see that happening. Jerry Sandusky? He was fucking the Penn State guy? He's the exact opposite of a Reddit user. Or, well,
Why
not
are
the
you
exact
talking
opposite.
about pedophiles?
Because it's relevant to this mystery. Jerry Sandusky had a fucking program at a school. He wasn't internet-based. That was a very hands-on pedophile. Bad choice of words. That was a very, like, in-person pedophile. Not a Reddit mod who claims to be 79 years old. Thanks to Resub Spotless.
I'm going to bed after crying to like 5 different episodes of One Piece.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
EDP 445 is in his 30s, isn't he? That's not old. Yeah. Thanks to Resub Bryson.
you would find an Ask Reddit thread in which he says that his age was 70.
Night, Ben. I'll come say goodnight after this.
This completely debunks his age, which I haven't seen a single other person talk about on
Good.
the subject
See?
matter.
And immediately proved it
I
wrong.
was about to actually end my video
Nice.
research once I saw this because I thought it was a hoax. But we're going to progress anyways because what I found completely contradicts that. This is one really weird detail that I just had to throw in this video, but continuing on. Religion of Peace also claimed to have served in the military until 1987, claiming he didn't have enough money to retire and thus sought a job in a computer-related technical field that would be easier on his older body, and uses this to explain his frequent browsing of Reddit. However, I would like to point out that if he actually served 20 to 30 years, it takes about 20 years of service in the military, generally speaking, to gain retirement benefits. So here we have another thing that is just even more questionable. Admittedly, though, he does seem to have some experience in something, as his post history is so centered around the subject matter of being a soldier
the prime
and revolves
switch
around violence that it's hard to look the other way. And despite all the evidence against his career, due to his many hours of commenting, just the sheer number of them, I do believe he has done some time somewhere in some form of service. His and his other use of military jargon does seem to match after researching around. In addition to that, I don't think a human would surround themselves with that subject matter forcefully for that matter of time. Moving on, Religion of Peace frequently posted about his obvious affinity for young girls, stating bluntly as an old man that he would, quote, admire the scenery but not pick the flowers. This is creepy to say the least.
How poetic.
But as I mentioned earlier, he was a moderator of the r/jailbait subreddit, further solidifying himself into the pervert community. So we can say for certain at least one thing. A small detail that I haven't seen many point out when analyzing Religion of Peace post history is his technical skill with computers. He had a verifiable understanding of coding and would frequently post to the r/programming subreddit as well, something very uncharacteristic of an old man. The last thing we can glean from his post history is the frequent promotion of the website LakeCityQuietPills.com. That old guy's image hosting website, which is also the nickname of this site, which was a source of the Lake City Quiet Pills incident and was created as an image hosting website similar to Imgur or PhotoBucket, where users could upload photos and then link them across things like Reddit. This obviously was used for porn and had quite a bit of images on the site and quite a bit of users as well. So what do we actually know about the username Religion of Peace? Before concluding this section, let's summarize.
He's a fucking weirdo.
He likely served some time in the military, despite our dates not being exact. We do not know his exact age. We know he was a moderator in the r/jailbait subreddit. We know he has experience as a programmer, and we also know he has a website called LakeCityQuietPills.com.
I mean, it's maxed. I don't know how to turn it up anymore. This doesn't usually work, but I'll try.
And now that that's over with,
didn't work again.
Who he is, it's time to finally get on to the story that involves this incident being set in motion. In July of 2009, a new user would make a post on the r/all subreddit by the name of 26, stating the following: the end of Religion of Peace. He died today. I'm the person who provided Religion of Peace the space for that old guy's image host. Milo died today. He was 79 years old. He died at his desk looking at your site. Milo was a mean old fucker. Mean and ornery. He hooked me up with my first gig when I got out of the army. I didn't like finding him like that. Milo don't have any living relatives and no real friends. And other than his landlady and a few people where he worked, he didn't talk to anyone about much of anything.
He's a gift sub Claro.
He just tolerated. As I said, he was mean. I think he used that as a shield to keep people away from him. Milo thought God was some kind of con game thought up by some lazy sons of bitches who didn't want to work every day. So he's going into the fire on Monday without a service, just like he wanted. I'm planning to dump his ashes in the woods.
So this is just all like role playing or some shit?
Can't put them right there because there's a mall now. I gave the girl next door his raggedy old cat and most of his books. His computers and Tronic shit he tagged for the disabled vets and VVA. All the rest of the stuff is for the Salvation Army. All those years and everything he owned fits in the trunk of my car. I don't know what else to say. I'll miss him. Miserable bastard.
Thanks to Reset
So
Mika.
here we have a third party stepping in, keeping in mind the name 26 for future reference, as he claimed to have a relationship to Milo, aka Religion of Peace, aka ROP. He even goes as far as to give out coordinates to where the ashes were spread of Religion of Peace, which is actually a Holiday Inn in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Seeing as we know the name of Religion of Peace, Milo, I'm going to be referring to him as such from now on. As a result of Milo gaining such a reputation over the years on Reddit, when this post about his death was on the r/all section, it managed to gain some traction, which led to about 650 upvotes, which isn't a lot by today's standard. However, in 2009, when Reddit didn't have nearly as much traffic, it was a slightly big event in some regards.
2009, he had the jailbait
This naturally led
subreddit.
users on Reddit to dig a bit
Reddit was
deeper into
founded
what
by some fucking
or who
pedophiles,
the guy
man.
was
Some of
that
like the
died
early
for the sake of
adopters. Holy
curiosity.
shit.
Some speculated whether or not this was a hoax meant to drive traffic to LakeCityQuietPills.com or the image hosting website. So people began to dig, and what they found would actually blow this mystery wide open. To validate the claims of this 2-6 character, Redditors sought to make a connection, and Redditors managed to dig up an old account from a website called FARC, and found a user by the name of Angel26. Angel26 bio read the following: dispensing Lake City Quiet Pills to lousy bastards in need of a permanent rest since 1968. And this account had dated all the way back to 2001. Angel26's comment history was similar to that of Milo's or Religion of Pieces, and dealt with detailing their favorite guns, ammunitions, and they appeared to have a history of military service as well. Notably though, Angel26 also had an email address, angel26@lakecityquietpills.com, which was registered under his FARC account. If that wasn't enough, users also compared the writing styles of the post to Angel26, and it was pretty darn close. Angel misspelled some of the
I
same
still don't
words
understand
and
what the
used
fuck is the
very
point of all
similar
this? It
incorrect
seems
apostrophes in his writing,
so
which would be an insane amount
meaningless.
of work to fake for an account going all the way back to 2001. So
There's
mystery
Resub
hunters
Mesh.
had their match, but what now? Well, people kept digging and digging, trying to uncover the meaning behind the Lake City Quiet Pills website name. Clearly, Angel had some connection, but what was the reason for naming the website, especially since it was used to host adult content? So why use the name LakeCityQuietPills.com? It doesn't exactly scream, hey, we have porn over here. In search of some kind of meaning, Redditors were led to the website and decided to dig a bit deeper. And upon looking at the source code of the website, they discovered a message board hidden in plain sight. These messages were dated and showed the true nature of what had been going on behind the scenes. And in the months to come, they would piece together a story unfolding silently in this corner of the internet. The posts on this hidden message board were predominantly job postings, but not job postings for your typical paradoxical entry-level job that requires carrier's experience.
We're
No,
10 minutes
they
in. I
appeared
have
to
no
be
idea
for
why I
some
should
form
care.
of military contracting, bodyguards, or mercenary work. Funny enough, the day that Reddit user 26 posted the news of
These are
Religion
some
of Peace
juiced.
dying, or Milo, an anonymous user on the message board posted the following on July 17th, 2009, hidden within the contents of LakeCityQuietPills.com. I'm sorry to tell you that old Milo died yesterday. He went quiet and calm, not like we all figured. I gave that fat mangy cat to the girl next door. No services or nothing. You know Milo. I'm taking his ashes to back where his farm was. Close to it anyways. There's a mall where his place was. So hoist a few for the old man. Remember what he said. Keep with the man who's got your back. Just calling back to what I said about the age not matching up of Religion of Peace. Here we had confirmation from a third party that was posted to seemingly no one at the time that this guy had died. So we have some form of confirmation here.
This is really
that appears to
uninteresting.
surpass this guy lying about his age or experience in the army. As noted earlier in the Reddit post, Angel26 was the one who provided hosting for the website. So this is clearly him posting. Alongside this post, there was also quite a few job postings.
There's got to be some kind of hook in here. It's 2 million views almost, so there's got to be like something interesting here.
A number of these posts obviously featured a bunch of different acronyms. The most highly controversial acronym of them all was W/W, whether it meant wet work or want/warrants. Essentially, this would mean that if it was wet work, this had to involve murder, or want/warrants, meaning that they couldn't have a wanted arrest or anything out for them in a certain country. At the time of this happening, very few people actually realized the messages were on the website, and it took a while for this mystery to kind of unfold. It didn't really gain a lot of initial attention. However, on September 30th, 2009, more than 2 months later after Milo died, Angel26 presumably posted, "For those that have asked, I bricked Milo's iron key the same day. All is well." If you're unfamiliar with what an iron key is, it's essentially an encrypted flash drive. To brick a device, you're essentially making all the data on the device lost, rendering the device unusable and cleaned. This likely hints at the fact that this group of individuals on this message board was not involved in your typical military contracting or bodyguarding. This hints at some shady business. On November 14th, 2009, Angel26, or user 26 posted again on the website. Milo's will cleared probate. Surprise.
Nice.
Milo was loaded. Email Shade if we sent you out in 2005 to 2009. Shade will have checks cut for you. Amount is by how many times, not by pay total.
I'm gonna let it ride for like another minute or so. There's gotta be something.
Milo had a will for a group of individuals, or perhaps they were just the only ones to be left to, that he had alive. And in this message stating that anyone had been sent out in 2005 to 2009 would mean that these jobs had been going on for quite a bit of time. And the fact that they're getting $3,000 to $4,000 is a decent amount of money that would match up with military contracting work. Also in this message, we see a new individual referenced, Shade, who apparently has been handling payouts. Moving forward to January 2010, Angel26 returned, this time with an announcement. Happy New Year.
They were
everyone.
hiring
We're
assassins
having
from
a
his
birthday party
website.
for
How is that
Milo
not
and Keith.
interesting?
Party starts at 1500.
Well, we haven't gotten to that revelation yet.
Shade. FYI, we're booking a room for 3 days.
At least if
We're
we
gonna be
have,
coming
I
out of
certainly
the
missed
area
it somewhere
and
here in the
overnight for
monotony.
locals. Come hoist one for Dutch Milo. While on the surface, it seems nice that these group of individuals would throw a party for their lost colleague, it is rumored that it was not a literal party per se, and rather something else due to the message that was sent out the following day before the party. We got 38 rooms in the Marriott on 46. Shade has the key cards for locals. Pick up at the party. Give your travel name to the desk, and that's it. No ID needed. We're covering the bill. Keep the room service under 500, okay? The phones there are not secure. Bus from hotel leaves at 13:30. Car service vouchers for return trip when you're ready to crash.
I think the reason why it's so uninteresting is because it is literally just a couple fucking sentences per revelation. Like, it's so hard to fucking care. Like, reading this. Okay. So this is a hit then, yeah, I imagine? Exit tier 1 Damsu. So it had porn on it, but was used to hire hitmen. And it really doesn't seem like there's any hard proof of any of it even being real. This could all literally just be fanfic. It's based off of Reddit post history and then posts here.
UI. If they were traveling for leisure, why would they worry about the phone lines? Why would they need a travel name? And why would a group of adults be reminded to not drive under the influence? All of this seemed to hint at something else going on here. Well, coincidentally, on January 19th at 3 p.m. local time, a very intricate assassination would take place in Dubai at the exact same time listed on the party invitation. On January 19th, 2010, Mahmoud al-Mabou, which, pardon me if I said that wrong, who was a Hamas leader involved in the organization and logistics of weapons for Hamas, was traveling alone under a fake name and with no security guards. Earlier that day, his trip had been preceded by a small network of men and women, numbering around 24 in total. These individuals had arrived in Dubai using fake names and passports of their own and began coordinating their efforts to track down al-Mabou. I will leave the security footage of this coordinated assassination to see the full extent of what went on here, but there's about 27 minutes of security footage, so to save time, I'll ultimately leave that up to you. The gist of what happened is as follows. A group of assassins tracked the Hamas leader to his room, waited for him to leave to go shopping, snuck into his room and gained access somehow, and waited for the guy to come back, and lastly, took him out. Now, not only does the date line up exactly and time of this assassination to the Lake City Quiet Pills website and their party, but also, interestingly enough, some of the suspects involved in this assassination were given credit cards from Storm Lake in Iowa, which is a town over to Lake City, Iowa. And if you're wondering how Lake City, Iowa plays into this other than Lake City Quiet Pills, if you remember Angel26's signature on FARC, it was essentially dispensing Lake City Quiet Pills to lousy bastards in need of permanent rest since 1968. And if you actually do a Google search for Lake City, Iowa Quiet Pills, what most people have agreed upon is the fact that Lake City Quiet Pills is based off the ammunition plant based in Lake City, which is one of the U.S.'s largest manufacturers for bullets. So, Quiet Pills are bullets. That's how the connection here is made. The fact that that town is won over and less than an hour away would point that some of the people who were involved with this might be local to that area. A couple weeks after the event happened.
Yeah, I find this seems so hard for me to believe. Why the fuck would they be using base internet for this? When it's so much more convenient to just use Tor or like literally anything else. Like, why would they just be using lakes? Like, this is making no sense to me. This feels like people making big reaches here. I don't see why they would do that. Or, and then even bigger, why would someone trying to take out a high-level official, or anyone for that matter, use this service that's on the base internet, the surface-level internet, where it is significantly easier to track this, where a YouTuber tracked it? Why would anyone use that kind of unsecure service? That makes no sense to me. This is actual Reddit fanfic from what I'm seeing here. A YouTuber tracked all of this, so why would anyone have ever used that service in the first place? Thanks the Prime, Crazy Kyle. The surface web is just as fucked up as the deep web, even more maybe. Like, give me an example. When was something really fucked up on the surface web? The only thing I can think of is that Cannibal Cafe, which was a role-playing site for people pretending to be cannibals until someone actually ate someone and then it got taken down. Blue Waffle. No, you're right. Best score? That's nothing compared to, like, deep web. Like, what do you mean? Like, the amount of shit... Best score is a compilation of videos and footage of people dying and getting fucked up. That is nothing compared to the things you find on the dark web. Not even close. This story seems like a huge reach. Maybe it's true. I mean, I guess it is possible. But I just find that extremely hard to believe. And especially since it originated on Reddit. Why would he be promoting that on Reddit in the first place, A? And B, why would it just be like so blatantly in your face that anyone can connect the dots, as evident by a YouTuber in the Reddit community doing it? It just doesn't make any sense. But I'll let it ride since there's 4 minutes.
What was posted onto the Lake City Quiet Pills website was the following. Here's the final for the party. Hotel rooms, 48,341. Limo, 6,080. Bus, 569. Bar bill, 18,890. Food, 8,030. Dancers, 8,300. Miscellaneous tips, 850. Miscellaneous expenses, 2,840. Medical supplies, 180. Fat Tommy and Stu are okay too. Total 94,080. You did all
Thanks
Dutch
to
Milo
Bitsakira.
proud. Thanks. 94,000 sounds like quite a bit for a party, but there's no way to say for certain what actually all this itemization is about. After a few weeks later, more and more people began.
Barely Sociable made a thread on Twitter how it was all a hoax later. The Lake City Quiet Pills thing? Let's see. Okay, I'm curious. Let's see. Been holding my tongue on this for a while, but Lake City Quiet Pills was a hoax made by a hardcore role player on Second Life. His name was Trent Katsu. Here, I'll just put it on screen. His name was Trent Katsu, and he had a server friend by the name of Tagoro Spotty Stripes. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Why are you on Matt's account? He just never logged out, so sometimes I'll post on here to scare him.
You've come. Friends.
Oh, thanks for the raid.
The door of fate shall
Welcome,
open.
thank you for that.
I've been waiting for you, friends.
I fucking called it. Yeah, I'm not going to scroll too far. I don't want to see the Council of Cock. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you, Candy. I hope you had a wonderful stream. All right. So everyone that was yelling at me about how fucking wrong I was and like, no, Charlie, this is all real and it's real fucking, it's interesting and wild and wacky. How the fuck can you not believe this? You fucking owe me now. I will not forget that. He's the prime Loki. I don't think you're wrong. What do you mean you don't think I'm wrong? He is literally saying it's a hoax. He's outright saying it is a fucking hoax. God damn it. Oh, I feel so fucking good right now, I'm not gonna lie. The Rise and Fall of Guns. I actually watched that video, that was really good. He's a bit silver tangled again. Have you heard of David Hahn, the radioactive Boy Scout? Yeah. All of these Reddit mysteries play out the same way. They really fucking do. That's why I'm never a fan of, like, the Reddit stories. You're all good, Fresh. That was more to the chat that kept saying that I'm fucking stupid for thinking that it's fake. It feels good to be vindicated. Thanks to the bits again, Silver Tangled, and Zoogly and Shredder. And thanks to the resub Arc Madness. The Curse of Minky Momo. Makes me wonder how many other videos on YouTube I've watched like that Reddit story that are fake. If it has Reddit mystery or Reddit story in the title, it's fake. Just a good rule of thumb. There is literally no reason to believe fucking Reddit threads. Like some mystery about it. Occasionally it'll be true. Like, for example, we even had one earlier. The Elon school. That was a Reddit post that was completely factual and even took down the organization. But there was mountains of proof there. Mountains of real, tangible evidence as opposed to just creative writing. Thanks for the resub step, bro. So what is the Minky Momo?
Today I'm going to talk about an anime that I probably should have covered a long time ago, the most important magical girl show that you've probably never heard of, or maybe you have, I don't know. Today's video is Magical Princess Minky Momo from 1982, and trust me, you're going to want to see this video all the way to the end, because it is one of the craziest stories I have ever covered on this channel.
Oh, actually, hold on, I just remembered something. With hype like that, too, I hate to blue ball you. Give me just 2 seconds, I'll be right back. I just remembered something. I'm back. Thanks to Prime. Elijah. Hold on. And thanks to Resub Jabberwocky.
You enjoy it. Magical Princess Minky Momo is a TV series that aired in Japan in 1982. Our main character Momo lives in a dreamland in outer space where her parents watch over the hopes and dreams of mankind, but after 1,000 years it's drifted so far away from planet Earth that her parents need to send her down to the planet to fix things. Momo does this in the most magical girl way possible by brainwashing a childless couple into believing that she's their real daughter. While on Earth, she spends the show just doing what magical girls do best, solving people's problems and making people happy. Hey, it's a magical girl show. They're not really known for their stories, so just stick with me for a second.
Seems like a pretty good story to me.
Most of the time, she does this with her magic wand, and every episode she turns into a magic adult with a different costume to get things done. This is all pretty standard stuff right now, sure, but this was a brand new idea back in 1982, and when you break it down, it was just a fun way to show some girls different jobs that they might want to get when they grow up. Momo becomes a firewoman, she becomes a policewoman in one episode,
seems pretty successful.
She becomes a nurse, and even a professional tennis player in one episode. And if she helps enough people, the world of dreams just might return back to planet Earth. And just like with most cartoons from the 1980s, Minky Momo was made almost entirely just to sell a boatload of toys, and boy did they make a lot of them. Minky Momo records, Minky Momo cups, Minky Momo books and magazines, toy cars, magic wands. Heck, you couldn't turn around without bumping into something with her face on it in 1982. There's even a Minky Momo sewing machine, because why not? They had something they wanted to sell, so they slapped her face on it. It's pretty standard as far as magical girl shows go, and for a while I didn't really get why people loved it so much. I mean, sure, it's a pretty good show, but that was before I saw the giant robot parody episode with combining animal friend mechs. The magical girl genre didn't really have any rules set up in 1982.
So what makes her
One
so
episode,
unlucky
Momo
then?
might be
Goddamn.
playing some tennis, and everything's pretty normal, and then out of nowhere she'll turn into blackjack, and you don't even care it's a magical girl show anymore. With all that said, all these references ended up bringing in way more adult fans than they ever expected, but despite its popularity with people of all ages, something happened that would shock the creators of this series down to their very bones. Even though the show was doing pretty good, the toy company that funded Minky Momo thought, hey, we're not making enough money, and they bailed. Some say the toys were just really bad, but whatever the reason was, they just straight up stopped sending them money one day. This all led up to one of the boldest decisions I have ever seen an anime studio take.
They killed her.
Something that scarred Japan for life. In episode
burnt her alive.
45, they make Momo lose all of her magical girl powers
fuck.
by shattering her pendant right after someone just saved her from some bad guys that kidnapped her animal friends. And when the toy company funding the show did not get the message, the people making Minky Momo went, okay, how about we introduce Momo to the isekai truck of good fortune? And Takeshi Shudo, the guy who wrote the show, being the absolute madman that he was, actually went and did it. The truck was full of Kamen Rider toys too, just so you know exactly who they were upset with. What? She got better. Momo gets reborn as her foster parents' real child, and when she grows up, she turns back into a kid after spending the entire show doing the exact opposite. It's a bittersweet ending, but it's over 30 years later and we're still talking about it. Could you imagine if they ended Pokemon this way? There would have been rioting in the streets. Now, I'm not saying this is where the whole anime truck thing comes from that bled into everything from Yu Yu Hakusho to modern anime, and honestly, I'd have to watch every single show from before 1982 to really tell you for sure, but if I was a betting man, I'd say this was a large part of it.
So was Minky
that's
Momo
not the
super
curse
popular
of Minky
then?
Momo, though. You want to know what is the curse of Minky Momo? People say that when the final episode aired in Japan, an earthquake warning was broadcast right after in the Kanto region of Japan. So not only did the episode itself shock people, but it was so traumatizing, it said that Minky Momo's energy leaked into the physical world where it manifested as a real event.
I believe
me,
it.
huh? What if I told you this wasn't technically the end of the show, and that it gets way worse from here? This episode that I just described was the creators of the show just trying to end the anime on their own terms. But it wasn't actually the end of the series. After that, they were contractually obligated to finish that last chunk of episodes like nothing ever happened, and when the actual final episode did air on Japanese TV, guess what happened again? The 26th of May, 1983 is a day that will live on in infamy
They
as
killed
one of
her
the worst
again.
seismic events to ever hit Japan.
Oh.
And guess what aired exactly when this historic quake happened? That's right, the final episode of Minky Momo. Pure coincidence, you
Jesus
might
Christ,
say.
she's
But
very
it doesn't
powerful.
end there. According to multiple Japanese sources, when they rebroadcast the series in 1995, the day that they showed the final episode again was the Great Hanshin disaster of Japan in 1985.
Jesus
this
Christ.
all started an urban legend around Minky Momo that still goes on today.
Thanks, you're
Is
so
it
smooth.
possible that Momo caused these events to happen from the other side? I mean, probably not, but that's a whole lot of coincidences, so I'll let you guys decide.
No, she did.
This didn't
I
stop
believe
Japan
it.
from airing the show on TV, though. It even got shown on Cartoon Network in Japan, where they gave it its own custom bumpers and everything. I'm so happy that I found these. Minky Momo's success got it a couple of sequels, some OVAs, and even a video game from Nintendo's Family Entertainment System,
wow.
which most of you probably know as the Nintendo Entertainment System in America. No, it didn't leave Japan, completely untranslated, don't even try and look it up. America, though, we never got any of that, except for one VHS tape, which I'm gonna go ahead and talk about right now. Minky Momo
It's a
and the
cursed
Fountain
VHS
of
tape?
Youth. This one we're lucky
You
we
watch
can
it and then
actually
7
watch in
days later
English,
you turn
but
into a
just
magical girl.
Barely. Harmony Gold released it on VHS under the name The Magical Princess Gigi, and this is the same name a lot of other countries know Minky Momo by too. In this movie, Momo investigates an island that her parents get trapped on, and while she's there, she meets spies from every country on Earth that all want to harness the magical power at the center of the island. And at the top of the middle of that island is a volcano where Peter Pan is turning people back into children.
Oh.
So it's up to Momo to save her parents, stop a fight from breaking out between every single country on Earth, and have some mid-air airplane fights on the way too. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty
I know
intense.
That sounds
Jesus
kind
Christ.
of boring, but believe me when I say that this is actually a good movie. Most of the animation is fantastic, and you can tell that this was made in 1985 because this looks absolutely stunning even today. Anyway, I don't really have anything else to add about this movie other than it's a great film, and you should probably go watch it. The Japanese version, that is. You probably noticed that horrible tracking problem at the top of the screen. Anime is not meant to look like that. That's my VCR not being able to pick up
Thanks,
the
Resub
signal from the
Rapids.
tape. Harmony Gold, in their infinite wisdom, decided, hey, you know what? I've got a good idea. How about we just record the whole movie in extended play mode, and we can just sell people half a tape? You guys do know what extended play mode is, right? That was the mode
Jesus,
that you
no.
put your VCR on so you could record like 6 or so hours of TV onto 1 hour of VHS tape. The trade-off was that it made whatever you recorded look like absolute garbage, even by VHS standards.
Thanks,
I'm
Resub
100%
King
sure
Inc.
they did this on purpose too. I have never had an anime start with a disclaimer from some kid saying, hey, you know this tape that we just sold you? Might not work so good. Might want to get that checked out. So yeah, that's a new one on me. I'd also like to point out that they put
Thanks,
the
Resub
entire
Blake.
beginning of the movie at the end of the movie. And they also turned a character from a girl into a boy for some reason. I don't know, man. It was Harmony Gold. Try and figure out what they were doing in the 1980s. Good music, though. Now, even though this is technically an OVA and those are almost always direct-to-video, this actually aired in Japanese theaters. That's how popular Minky Momo was in 1985. Coincidentally, this was the exact same time that rival magical girl Creamy Mammy was also popular.
Who?
So Piero and Ashi Productions put
Creamy
aside their differences
Mammy.
in the name of friendship,
That's
and
a
they
porn
made a
star
short
name.
where both of them have a giant
fucking
Power
cool.
Rangers-style Sentai battle where they wreck an entire city. Now, you would think trying to end the series with a truck would end the creator of the show's career too, but this movie and TV show were so well loved in Japan that they let him write a sequel series in 1991, and that series was so popular that they made a special where both Momos team up to bring dreams and happiness back to the world. Quiz time! Which of these characters is Minky Momo, and which of these characters is the Minky Momo from the sequel series? Trick question. doesn't really matter since they're basically the same character. They did not even try to make these two girls look different. In fact, these two Momos are so identical that they didn't even bother changing the name of the second series until halfway through, where they renamed it Magical Princess Minky Momo, Hold On to Your Dreams. And even after all the dark stuff that they pulled with the first series, they actually doubled down with the sequel. I guess after isekaiing a magical girl with a truck, you can get away with anything. The most important episode from the second series is episode 53, where Momo meets an actual anime animator who worked himself to death, and to fulfill his final wish, Momo turns herself into a cartoon character to finish his anime. He later went on to write the entire Pokemon anime all the way up until 2002, so that's a success story in my book if I've ever heard one. We almost got a third series too, but unfortunately Takeshi Shudo passed away in 2010, leaving that manga that they made in 2004 as the last official part of the franchise. Now here's some more trivia for you. You guys ever hear of a guy by the name of Ishida Toyo? Probably not, right? But he designed the characters for the Fist of the North Star anime, and that's really important because he also worked on Minky Momo. Guess who shows up in episode 38 of Fist of the North Star? Yeah, not Minky Momo, but it looks exactly like her, doesn't it? Minky Momo is still well remembered even today, and everything from its transformation sequences to its darker themes carried all the way into modern magical girl shows too, and Sailor Moon wouldn't even have a talking cat without it. From Italy to France, from Brazil to Indonesia, you name a country, and odds are they have heard of Minky Momo.
I've never heard of Minky Momo.
America is pretty much the only country that never got it for some reason.
Yeah.
Lots of people are probably asking themselves at this point, well, where can I watch this then if it's
And
so
what about
important?
Creamy Mammy?
The Curse of Minky Momo kind of prevents you from doing that, and I'm going to go ahead and explain why. It's said that Carl Masek had 2 series that he passed on and didn't want to buy for Streamline Pictures in the 90s. The first was Dragon Ball, whose Harmony Gold version is still lost media to this day, and the second one was, you guessed right, Minky Momo. They didn't call it Minky Momo though, they went and rebranded it as Princess Gigi, because what even is a Minky Momo anyway, right?
Well, what's a creamy mammy? Well, I know what a creamy mammy is, to
coincidence,
be fair,
Harmony
I guess.
Gold president Frank Agrama had a daughter, and her name was Gigi. What are the odds, right? This means that the English version only ended up airing in Melbourne, Australia, because that's the only place on the entire planet that felt like buying the English version of Minky Momo to show on TV. YouTube channel This and That Gaming actually comes from Melbourne, and he managed to save a few episodes, and wouldn't you know it, one of them was actually the end of the series with the truck and everything, all in English. They edited around it a little bit, but they actually ended up showing this on TV outside of Japan. I'm going to leave a link in the description so you can take a look for yourself. Big thanks to This and That Gaming for saving these from becoming lost media forever. Besides those episodes, no copies of the English version of Minky Momo have survived.
Damn.
Except, and I know someone in the comments is going to point this out, but Amazon Prime says they actually have the entire English version all up there on Amazon Prime Video. Here's the thing about that. In 2015, William Winkler Productions released it on Amazon
These
Prime.
names are
That part is
trash.
true. However,
William
either
Winkler.
nobody noticed or they didn't tell anybody because the entire show is gone. If you try and watch it, you get a "this title is currently unavailable" message. That's right, every episode of the Harmony Gold dub was up there, and through some absolutely cursed luck, it was taken down before anybody noticed. This is possibly the only time in anime history that an English dub has become lost media not once, but twice, making this possibly the most cursed anime I have ever talked about on this channel. They say if you say Minky Momo 3 times into a mirror at 3 a.m., you get transported to the bad timeline, where Harmony Gold owns the rights to Dragon Ball and Minky Momo grows up to be Hamon Karn from Zeta Gundam, but that's an urban legend for another day. And that's Minky Momo, the most important
This entire thing just
magical
made me
girl
want to
show
watch
that you've
Creamy
probably
Mammy.
never heard about. I'd like to thank all the people who support me on Patreon. Big shout out to Lost in Translation, who helped make this video a possibility. And if you like what I do, you'll be visited by the
was
Isekai
cool.
Truck of Good Fortune.
Oh. Nice. So Minky Momo caused a lot of earthquakes, huh? I want to look up Creamy Mammy. Let's see what that's about. I'm going to do it on the other monitor, just be safe, of course. Creamy Mammy, the Magic Angel. Where's the intro? Here's the opening. This looks pretty fucking lit. I love old anime songs. Like 90s and 80s anime music is so good. Doing alright, Oni. Hope you're doing well. This sounds like karaoke. It all does. Like Yu Yu Hakusho. I recently rewatched that, like, probably about 2 years ago now. The ending is like the goofiest song of all time. I think it's this one for season 1. No, but that one bangs. Which one is it? It's is it ending? Let's see, ending 4. God, no, this one slaps too, though. I'm getting nostalgic again, and I just watched this. Yeah, I streamed all of Katana Zero. Thanks to Prime Adequate. Maybe this one? I can't tell. I need to hear like the hook. Thanks to Prime, Josh. Give sub Sunday. Nah, this isn't the one I'm thinking of, but it's... Which one is it? God damn it. They're all good, god damn it. There's one in particular though, and it might have been Sayonara Bye Bye. Yeah, maybe I am thinking the Japanese versions, possibly. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. There's just a bag of trash and subby doo. Thanks to Tier 1 James Jelly. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho did have a good opening. Thanks to Bits Red Dawn. Japanese one has the same songs though, just the Japanese dub. Thanks to Tier 1 Mark Levinson and the Tier 1 Nuclear Wally. God, I love the old anime openings. Fuck, they're so good. They're all bangers from back then. I don't think a lot of the anime holds up super well. Like, I've tried rewatching some of the older ones, and they're not as good now as they were back then, in my opinion. Some of them hold up. Yu Yu Hakusho seasons 1 through 3 hold up well. And then the movies hold up super well. Ooh. Made you play what, Oni? Nissan CEO is a wanted criminal. Nissan CEO is now a wanted criminal.
Carlos Ghosn.
Carlos Ghosn.
Carlos Ghosn.
Carlos Ghosn, a fugitive who's been talking for the first time about his escape from Japan.
Carlos Ghosn was the world-renowned CEO who saved Nissan from bankruptcy, brought us legendary cars like the Nissan GTR, and spearheaded one of the largest automotive alliances on the planet. Now he's an international fugitive, wanted by Interpol and the Japanese.
Where's he hiding? I'll catch him for the bounty.
A star businessman,
you in the chat,
who
Carlos?
Studied in college textbooks and even featured in Japanese manga, go from being an automotive titan to a hunted criminal? Well, it has to do with the 2008 financial crisis, Carlos Ghosn's suspiciously high salary, and a possible conspiracy of Nissan executives and the Japanese authorities colluding to end Ghosn's career.
Katana Zero,
so let's take a look at Carlos Ghosn's rise to power at Nissan and the events that led to his eventual downfall. I'm Guff, this is Alban, let's get started. Before we jump into it, we're giving away $1,000 to a random subscriber, so make sure you subscribe and you're entered to win. Carlos Ghosn started his career at Michelin, the largest tire manufacturer in Europe, in 1978. He became a plant manager in 1981. Then he worked his way up to head of R&D for the industrial division by 1984. And by 1985, at just 30 years old, he was appointed as COO of Michelin South America. At the time, Michelin South America's team had been very unprofitable, and it was Ghosn's task to turn it around. And in just 2 years, Carlos Ghosn brought the South America division back into the black. By 1990, he was CEO of Michelin North America. Ghosn credited his success at Michelin to his cross-cultural management tactics. Ghosn stated that you learn from diversity but are comforted by commonality. And at this point, Ghosn had established himself as a successful businessman, so it was time to set out and look for a new challenge. In 1996, Ghosn was hired as the executive vice president at Renault, a French car manufacturer, and he was thrown immediately into the fire because Renault was on the cusp.
He flew in a suitcase too large for X-ray. It's all over. He's found. The fuck are you talking about? Is that real? What?
It was a normal day, and you know, for the first time, the policeman at the passport control said there was a problem with my visa.
Thanks to give some pickled sweets in the Prime Cool Dude.
And he took me in a special room.
Thanks, Goofy, and they are good.
I was supposed to clear this with the employee in charge, and in fact, the person I met was the Tokyo prosecutor.
Alright, I don't want to listen to 10 minutes of that. So he flew in a box? How I escaped Japan in a box. Thanks to resub. Golden Ant. Wow. He's in Lebanon right now. They don't have an extradition treaty with Japan. And he hired Green Berets to get him out. What the fuck? So that he could just go on TV and brag. He's like, yeah, so I fucking did it. What are you gonna do about it, pussies? I own Lebanon now. That is some Sigma male energy right there. It's all in this video. To be fair, I don't really want to watch 22 minutes of it. It's getting kind of late. I'm getting fucking tired. I'm sure it is a pretty interesting video, considering this guy escaped Japan in a box and is now just bragging about it on Lebanon television or something. But I think I'm just going to call it a night then, since I've already got the cliff notes. Alright everyone, thanks for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot, so thank you for subbing. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and I appreciate your generosity. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Toss you over to Caleb tonight. Thanks again everyone. See you tomorrow.